From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
And it is a great day to be alive on Westwood One Sports. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Mack with you on BetMGM Gameday here on Westwood One Sports, inside your Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on SiriusXM Channel 375. We have got you covered, and it is a Sunday that you need to be prepared for, both looking back on all the hot draft takes and analyzing what your team did or didn't do right over the last 3 days in Pittsburgh, which we'll get to, by the way, in just a minute. There is plenty going on as the NBA playoffs continue. Things got a little hairy at the end there between the Nuggets and the T-Wolves, and it wasn't the score. You've got teams fighting for their lives in the Stanley Cup playoffs as well. Maybe Sidney Crosby isn't dead yet. Are they worried in Philly? And in Boston, out with Alex Cora. Can it save the Red Sox season, ousting Cora before the end of the first month of the regular season? A lot to get into today. My friend PJ Glasser will check in less than an hour, right around noon, for the remainder of the show. We're with you until 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific, and we've got a cavalcade of guests. Don Chedrick of the PM team in Pittsburgh will tell us about a very interesting pick of Drew Aller in the third round by the Steelers. Justin Turpin is in Philly for WEEI Boston, covering Sixers Celtics, and will preview that game with us in the third hour of the show. John Ledyard of the Audibles and Analytics Substack will dice up some data and tell us what he thought of the NFL draft. And Nick Ashew of Odyssey DC and here on the BetMGM Network will join us to give us the Commanders' point of view and just an overall recap of the NFL draft. And there are a bunch of storylines that come out of the NFL draft that we will get into. Breaking news this morning, though, that we want to get to you before we get to the high five. Anthony Edwards has avoided ligament damage in his left knee after hyperextending it last night in the first half against Denver and leaving that game. He will, though, be out for several weeks, multiple weeks, it's being termed by Sean Sharania of ESPN. That, on top of the Dante DiVincenzo Achilles tear, means Minnesota is going to need a lot more performances like they got last night from a guy that may have just arrived on most average sports fans' radar in Ayu Dosunmu with a 43-point night last night. That's the breaking news out of Minnesota. No ligament damage, but a couple weeks will be missed by Anthony Edwards, assuming the T-Wolves can finish off the Nuggets up 3-1. We'll get to that in just a little bit. And I did mention, we will talk to Donnie Chedrick in Pittsburgh in just a little bit. But I was down there on Friday for the draft, and I have to applaud the city of Pittsburgh and the people of Pittsburgh, not just because I'm a native Yinzer myself, but they broke the NFL draft record with 805,000 attendees over the 3 days. That breaks Detroit's record from 2 years ago of 775,000. And with nary a public disturbance in sight. It was, for those of you that have never been to a large event like the draft or the Super Bowl or anything like that, it was a 3-day party. And it was a blast. And it didn't matter if you were a Steelers fan, a Browns fan, an Eagles fan, a Cowboys fan, a Raiders fan, whoever. Everybody was just there to have fun and enjoy the experience. Didn't hurt that Thursday and Friday were beautiful days in Western Pennsylvania. A little bit of rain dampened things yesterday, but for the most part, a fantastic job by the city of Pittsburgh, the Steelers, and the NFL hosting the draft in Pittsburgh. I know it'll never happen, but if you were ever going to go back to a city a second time to host an event like the NFL draft, Pittsburgh should be right there at the top of the list for hosting it again in the near future because they knocked it out of the park. Anyway, we got you the Anthony Edwards news. I got on my soapbox about my hometown doing a great job with the draft. Let's get you the 5 biggest stories of the day right off the top. It is the high five.
5.
Melrose intercepted along the near sideline. Jermon McCoy across midfield.
It's man coverage with Williams. He looks inside immediately. One-hand snag and reels it in. That could not be played better by the cornerback. You see how he located the ball immediately, was able to time his jump at the exact same time as the wide receiver, and he reels it in.
Jermon McCoy with a fantastic interception, if you remember that game between Tennessee and Alabama 2 years ago. That was back in 2024 because he had an ACL tear that kept him out for 2025, most of 2025. Sean McDonough and Greg McElroy on the call of that on ABC and ESPN. The Raiders got an absolute steal to start the third and final day of the draft, getting the second best corner by a lot of rankings, including Dane Brugler of The Athletic, getting the second best corner of the draft with the 101st overall pick. Now, I mentioned the ACL, so injury concerns are there. But this is just the case. I think, I'm not on the inside getting the medical reports, but I think this is just a case of teams being way too scared to pull the trigger on someone who is coming off a recent injury. But you get an opportunity to get a guy who a lot of people thought had first-round potential a year ago. In the fourth round, an absolute steal by the Raiders, getting Jermon McCoy, who will be a starting corner for them. And I would think for the foreseeable future, help them in a secondary that desperately needed help. Like there was a part of the Raiders roster that didn't desperately need help. And so I don't know if it's my favorite, number one favorite pick of the draft. PJ and I at 1 Eastern will power rank our favorite picks of the draft. But I think it's up there, the Raiders getting McCoy at the 101st overall position, the first pick of day 3 of the NFL draft. Next.
4.
Crosby kicks it back out. And now Letang rides and shoots. He scores!
Wins the battle with his feet. I mean, talk about skill right there. And will.
Sidney Crosby has life. And if you're a hockey fan, that's a good thing. If you're a Flyers fan, maybe not. That's him setting up Chris Letang for a goal to go up by 2 in the second period last night in Philly, Game 4. Kenny Albert and Brian Boucher on TNT on the call. This was one of the things the Penguins had been missing, both down the stretch in the regular season and through the first 3 games of their series against Philly, who'd gone up 3-0 and had a chance to close out a sweep against their rivals at home last night and couldn't because Crosby showed up, because Christopher Letang, who to this point had had a terrible postseason and a pretty bad regular season as well, showed up, because they made a change in net and went with Artur Shilovs over Stu Skinner, and Shilovs had a very good night, keeping them in it at times. But this is where the dynamics in any sport, doesn't matter if we're talking Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs, October in baseball, or the NFL. This is where the dynamics of a young, relatively young, mostly inexperienced team going up against a veteran-laden roster can start to show. Look, a 3-0 comeback, it would be just the fifth time. It would be the 5th time. It would be the 5th time a team had ever come back from down 3-0 in a Stanley Cup playoff series to win a series. It would be massive if the Penguins were to pull it off. I'm not saying they will, but if Sidney Crosby plays each of the next 3 games like he did last night, then it's going to make it possible. And if the Flyers, especially the young guys, continue to grip the sticks a little tighter because they know that veteran Penguins team with multiple Stanley Cup rings, most of them, is coming for them, it could make this very interesting. The 4th win, always the hardest one to get in a best-of-7 series, and it looked that way for the Flyers last night. We'll set the tone, and get into the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs in about 35 minutes. But next.
3.
There has been some disconnect between the manager, Alex Cora, and the front office led by Chief Baseball Officer Craig Breslow, and that's manifested itself in this 10-17 start. The Red Sox have not looked good.
What an understatement by our guy Jeff Passan on ESPN on SportsCenter yesterday. The Red Sox have not looked good. Now, they looked okay yesterday. They just bombs away on the Orioles. They beat them 17-1 in Baltimore. But previous to that, 9-17, eesh. Their offense has been abysmal. You're going to go and check their run differential and some other offensive numbers today and go, oh, okay, this is not the worst in baseball. But despite scoring 17 in Baltimore yesterday, they still do have the worst offense in the AL. The worst OPS in the American League, 667. The fewest home runs, tied with the Giants in Major League Baseball, just 18. I don't know if firing Cora, reassigning Varitek, and making the moves they made yesterday will fix the Red Sox. I think a lot of this has to do more with the guys swinging the bats and some key pitchers who either haven't shown up the way they were expected to or are now injured. In Sonny Gray's case, Brian Bayo has looked more than human. Garrett Crochet, nice start yesterday, but other than that, hasn't been phenomenal. The pitching, though, isn't the problem. The problem in Boston are the bats. They've been terrible. And a lot of people are going to look at the front office that just dispatched Cora and his cronies and say, hey, you're the ones that couldn't re-sign Bregman. Maybe it's your fault, and I wouldn't blame them for that analysis. But I'd also look at the guys that they have decided to lean into and say, when are they going to start to swing the bats? I don't know if that's on Cora. I don't know if that's on his staff. We'll get into it a little bit later, right around 12:45 Eastern or so. I don't know if this rights the ship for the Sox in time to get their season back on track after a 10-17 start. I don't know if this is the move. And I don't know what happens with that job going forward. I would assume the interim ends up becoming the manager, but there's a long time to figure that out. There is a long road left to hoe in the Major League Baseball regular season. So a lot of time for the Red Sox to get it together. Maybe it's just the shock and awe of firing the manager that gets everybody to refocus. 17 runs yesterday might indicate that, maybe. Next.
2.
Jokic and McDaniels square up. Players trying to break it up. There's still 1.3 remaining.
That was the end of the game between the Nuggets and the T-Wolves last night. Nikola Jokic unhappy with Jaden Daniels taking the ball in for a layup with 1.3 seconds left when he should have just dribbled it out, let's be honest. But there is enough between these two teams now that you can see it's creating the kind of emotion. I talked about this in terms of the Stanley Cup playoffs a couple weeks ago, how the emotion, you have to control your emotions. You can't let your emotions control you. And I think we're seeing the emotions start to control the Nuggets, in particular, the Joker. I don't have a problem with Jokic running down the court at that point in the game. It would have been better had he run down the court to actually play some defense or to make a shot at some point. He's missed 35 shots in the last 3 games, Nikola Jokic. It's been bad, real bad. And the Nuggets, now down 3-1 to Minnesota, are in a bad spot. Now, Minnesota up 3-1, still only favored to win the series. I think minus 170, our producer Zach told us before the show at BetMGM, which is a pretty low number for a team up 3-1. That's because you've got what I mentioned to start the show with Anthony Edwards out multiple weeks due to a bone bruise in his left knee. No ligament damage, but he's going to be out for a while. And you've got Dante DiVincenzo, his backcourt mate, now out for probably a year. with an Achilles injury. Are you going to get what you got last night from Ayu Dosunmu again? I mean, I'm not asking for 43 points every night, but are you going to get that kind of production off the bench from him? And it won't be off the bench the rest of this series. Through the next 3 games, assuming the series goes that long. If Jokic doesn't match what he's capable of and what the Timberwolves have been able to do, now, despite injuries that were hampering Edwards coming into the series, but now have just been compounded, maybe you don't need Ayo to go off for 30 or 40 to close this thing out. Maybe Jokic just shoots the Nuggets into oblivion. I want to put that number in front of you. 35 missed field goals in the last 3 games by Jokic. They cannot win like that. I don't care how much Jamal Murray scores. The Nuggets cannot win like that. And you saw the emotion, the frustration bubble up in Jokic last night to the extent that he runs down the court and confronts Daniels after the layup. Should Daniels have done it? I mean, probably not. But guess what? If nobody runs down the floor to play defense, who do you have to blame? If they're dribbling the clock out, who do you have to blame? Yourselves in Denver. And that's just that emotion and frustration bubbling over. And if they don't get a handle on it, look, it's a team that's been through it before. They've won a title before. Jokic should be able to get a handle on this. But if he doesn't, before Game 5, they're going to end up getting eliminated at home in the first round. And they're not the only team that's in trouble in the first round. Pistons now down to the Magic in that series as well, although not 3-1. We'll get into all of the NBA storylines in the first round, including the question of whether the Nuggets are dead a little bit later. But next.
1.
I'm going to pass you to your new head coach, Sean McVay.
Yes, sir.
Ty,
What's up, Coach?
how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, man. Well, congratulations, man. Excited to get to work with you. It's going to be a lot of fun, buddy.
Let's go make history, Coach.
Yeah, no, and
Matt Stafford's my quarterback. It's awkward already between Ty Simpson and Sean McVay. We've all seen that play out since Thursday night. That from the LA Rams YouTube page. The audio of Les Snead calling Ty Simpson to tell him he was going to be the pick at 13, handing the phone off to Sean McVay, who sounds slightly less than enthused about the selection and seems slightly less than enthused about the pick in the press conference Thursday night as well. I don't know if Ty Simpson will ever start a game for Sean McVay. I mean that. McVay, when asked about how Simpson fits in on this roster, spent more time talking about the other backups on the roster, Stetson Bennett, Jimmy G, than he did Ty Simpson. It doesn't take a mind reader to tell that Sean McVay may not have been exactly excited about this pick. And I don't blame him. I'm not sure what the Rams were doing. You're at 13 in a draft where we saw a run on offensive linemen in the first round, in a draft that was thick with edge rushers, including a couple that slid past that point, in a draft where people were positioning themselves for wide receivers to the point where the Eagles jumped up and stole Mekhi Lemon from the Steelers while he was on the phone with Pittsburgh. And you stick and pick at 13 with a guy who won't play for you this year. I don't get it. I don't. Look, the Rams may be talent-wise the best team in football. I know they didn't win the Super Bowl. That doesn't mean they're not the most talented team in football. That doesn't mean they didn't have any holes they could fix or plug. And instead, they went out and they got a quarterback who you can tell me all you want about the future, isn't going to touch the field this year, and made some confusing picks later on as well. We'll go through all the head scratchers later in the show that made us go, huh? But that had to be at the top of the list. The Rams going Ty Simpson in the first round. Coming up next, another pick that had people scratching their heads, but I'll be honest, I am fully 110% behind this pick and cannot wait to see it work out for the player and the team. I'll tell you exactly which pick I'm talking about from the last 3 days of the NFL draft. Coming up next, right here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack with you on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Leonard and the Irish from their own 2. Jeremiah Love breaks free. Jeremiah Love trying to go 98. Touchdown! What a run in the first touchdown of the 12-team playoff.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Sean McDonough with the call of Jeremiah Love's long touchdown run in that first college football playoff game over a year ago, the fall of 2024 against Indiana. And that was about the time I think most people went, oh yeah, that guy is NFL ready. And after a fantastic 2025 season, that certainly wasn't a question, whether Jeremiah Love was going to be NFL ready or not. But did the Cardinals, did they jump too quickly to take Love? We'll get into that in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. I'm Chris Mack with you until 4 o'clock Eastern Time. PJ Glasser checks in and joins the show at noon. And we'll have plenty of people all over the country, from Washington to Pittsburgh to Philly and all around, to talk about everything going on today, whether it's reaction to the NFL draft, whether it's the Stanley Cup playoffs, whether it's the NBA playoffs, whether it's what's going on in Boston with the Red Sox firing Alex Cora. A lot to get into. But the Jeremiah Love thing, this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, by the way, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. The Jeremiah Love thing has me scratching my head a little bit. And not in the same way a lot of people seem to be scratching their head about the Jeremiah Love pick at 3 in the first round. Because I think it's a massive home run. I do. And people are going to criticize the Cardinals and say, well, you could have traded back out of that spot and you could have got a quarterback. Maybe you could have been the team that landed Ty Simpson, as if that's some first-place prize. Maybe you wouldn't be drafting Carson Beck. Maybe this, maybe that. Maybe, though, maybe the Arizona Cardinals took the singular most talented guy in the draft with the 3rd overall pick. Has anyone stopped to consider that? The radical devaluation of the running back position in the NFL has led some people to believe, and some teams to follow, the philosophy that it doesn't matter where you find one. Doesn't matter. And, for a lot of teams, especially teams that are running your typical 2-back system these days, where it's a 1A and a 1B, or a main guy and a secondary complement, or whatever it may be. Even teams that have dominant lead backs, a lot of GMs and personnel people seem to look at it the same way Dave from down the street looks at it when it's time for the fantasy draft every year. What do I need a running back for? Well, you need a running back because you need to have some semblance of balance in your offense. Otherwise, opposing defenses are going to tee off on your quarterback, no matter how good your offensive line is. And it really felt like throughout the end of the regular season last year and the postseason, teams increasingly recognize that. It's still a quarterback-driven league. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you that you can win with just a running back. That would be a foolish thought. And you'd say, well, that's all Arizona's got, pal. Okay, fair enough. You may not be sold on the assortment of, what is it now? Jacoby Brissett, who's asking for more money. I think Gardner Minshew was signed in the offseason, and Carson Beck as the quarterback room in Arizona. And I'd say that's fine. I'm not asking you to be sold on that as a contender, much less a playoff team. But you got the singular most talented player in the draft, in my opinion, with the 3rd pick overall. And I think Arizona should be applauded for that. I don't care if you already have a running back. That's great. James Conner, good to sometimes very good, but also injury prone. That's been a part of his story throughout his NFL career. And may I point out, as good as James Conner is capable of being in flashes, he's not Jeremiah frickin' Love. We've gone so far overboard with the radical devaluation of running backs that what you got this year was a running back at 3, Love to Arizona, his teammate Jadarian Price at the very end of the first round to Seattle, another pick people complained about. Why don't you take a running back in the first round? Because he's good. And oh, by the way, Kenneth Walker III just left. And then Kalen Black went 3rd to San Francisco. In the 3rd round, I should say. 26th pick of the 3rd round. The Hoosiers running back. So just 3 backs on the first 2 days of the draft combined. Then you saw 10 running backs go on the final day in the last 4 rounds. And look, I mentioned it. When PJ Glasser gets in here, we're going to spend some time right around 1 Eastern. So in about 90 minutes, power ranking. We're each going to power rank our 5 favorite individual picks of this draft. I don't want to foreshadow too much and give anything away. I may or may not have multiple running backs on that list. Because every team has gone so far overboard. Are you telling me that some of the guys that went in the 4th round yesterday couldn't have gone earlier? Let me just run through the list of running backs and where they went. And you tell me if it makes sense that every single one of these guys went where they did. Mike Washington Jr. of Arkansas, 22nd pick of the 4th round. Nick Singleton of Penn State, 25th pick of the 5th round. Katron Allen, also of Penn State, 6th pick of the 6th round. Jam Miller of Alabama, damn near Mr. Irrelevant, 29th pick of the 7th round to New England. All 3 of those guys in a draft that was held 10, 15 years ago would have been second-day picks, and rightfully so. We're right on the precipice of the league coming back around to understanding the value of quality running backs. You're going to see that shift continue over the next few years. To paraphrase the great Paul Heyman, and that's not a prediction, it's a spoiler. You're going to see that. We saw teams react to Saquon Barkley's season in 2024. We saw teams react to Kenneth Walker III's MVP performance in the Super Bowl. Some teams are understanding. It's still okay to spend draft capital and or money on a running back. Because you can't just pick them off the garbage heap every year and hope that everything turns out. Because when it doesn't, and you're stuck with a couple of guys that are getting you 3.8 yards per carry, and you're constantly working from behind the sticks or in 3rd and long because your backs can't gain ground on first down. A lot of this has to do with offensive lines too, I get it. But when you're in that position, your entire offense pays the price, up to and including your quarterback. So I absolutely love, no pun intended, Arizona's pick at number 3 in the first round on Thursday night. And I think that's just the kind of guy. If Carson Beck is going to be the quarterback going forward in Arizona, if they're going to at least roll the dice on that and see how it turns out, that's exactly the guy I want in the backfield. A guy that we can lean on. A guy that can be a bell cow. A guy that can be a workhorse. A guy that can get us 4 and 5 yards on first down. And doesn't put our quarterback in a position where he has to have the entire game thrown on his shoulders. Look who just won the Super Bowl, people. It was Sam Darnold. And look, this is not to take anything away from Darnold's performance this year or in the playoffs or even in the Super Bowl. But nobody is ever going to throw an entire 17-game regular season and a playoff run to a Super Bowl title all on the shoulders of a Sam Darnold. Or a Carson Beck, for that matter. And I'm one of the guys who likes Beck a little bit more than everybody else. You need to have some balance in your offense. And if you have a workhorse back who can provide that balance, who can have the occasional breakaway run, who can run between the tackles, who can run outside zone on the edges, who can do it all, and who, again, may be the singular most physically gifted human in the draft, you take him. Especially if you don't even have to waste the first overall pick on him. The Raiders may have gotten the number 1 quarterback with the first overall pick in the draft. The Cardinals got the best player in the draft at number 3 overall. And no amount of fantasy stats are going to tell me otherwise. The NFL is going to come back around to running backs. They're in the process of already starting to do so. And one of the test cases that everybody's going to go back and look at is, oh, yeah, the Cardinals were on it. They took Jeremiah Love at 3. Remember that? I love the pick. Absolutely love it. Top of the hour, we'll get PJ Glasser in on the conversation about Ty Simpson in L.A. with the Rams. Because I wonder if he's ever going to start a game for Sean McVay. And we'll roll through the rest of the quarterback class as well and try to figure out which of this year's quarterback class starts a game first. Could it be the guy I just mentioned in Arizona? I don't know. NBA playoffs on the way as well. We'll check in with Justin Turpin of WEEI in Boston to preview Sixers Celtics. We'll ask if the Nuggets are dead and if the Pistons are in trouble. But coming up next, the Stanley Cup playoffs roll on, and we're going to set the tone, eh? Sidney Crosby may have life. That's next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Stanley Cup playoffs got turned up to 11 yesterday, particularly in Ottawa and in Philly, not to mention an OT winner in the Twin Cities as the Wild even their series. We'll get to all of that in just a moment here on BetMGM Game Day as we'll set the tone on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack with you. PJ Glasser jumps into the mix in about 15 minutes. Don't forget, we're always live across North America on SiriusXM, Channel 375, and you are always welcome to be a part of the conversation. What do you think of your team and the way they're playing if they're still alive in the playoffs, NHL or NBA? If you're in Boston, from Boston, what do you think of the Sox firing Alex Cora? Does it right the ship? If you're anywhere and have any interest in the NFL, which 99.9% of you do, what do you think of what your team did in the NFL draft? 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. We'll visit with Donnie Chedrick, a.k.a. Donnie Football of 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh in about 35 minutes to find out what he thought of not only the Steelers getting Mekhi Lemon snaked out from underneath them by the Philadelphia Eagles, but also the pick of Drew Aller in the third round. When I get PJ in here, like I said, in a little less than 15 minutes, we'll talk Ty Simpson and whether he ever starts a game for Sean McVay and which quarterback will be the first from this class to start. But when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder. BetMGM has got you. In fact, a hat trick jackpot now inside your BetMGM app. You've got a chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy nets the Hattie 3 or more goals during that game, you'll win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Not bad. Get inside your BetMGM app right now. If you've been paying attention to the Stanley Cup playoffs, you know that there were a couple of teams on the brink yesterday. We had Carolina looking to sweep the Senators out of the playoffs in Ottawa, Game 4 in the Canadian capital city. And Carolina did exactly what I said they needed to do coming into this series, which was not play boring hockey, but just what I mentioned about Jokic and the Nuggets earlier. They controlled their emotions. They didn't let their emotions control them, the Hurricanes, yesterday. A chaotic second period. I mean, 22 total penalty minutes in the second period, a massive hit, and a clean hit, by the way, by Tyler Klevin on Alexander Nikishin that set the tone, Shorzy? But not in the way I think Ottawa needed it to be set. Because, look, you want to go out there and show life when your season's on the brink. I don't blame you for that. And again, it was a clean hit by Klevin. I don't have a problem with the hit itself. It was that when the Hurricanes reacted to it, Ottawa became more focused on their reaction to Carolina's reaction than just drawing Carolina into a bunch of dumb penalties. Now, the Canes did take some, but Ottawa didn't capitalize on them. And they failed to capitalize on that opportunity to draw the Hurricanes down into the mud. Maybe we give credit to Carolina and head coach Rod Brindamore for not allowing his guys to be dragged down into the mud. And that's why I think they might be the Eastern Conference favorite right now, in my opinion anyway, Carolina. They get out of this series in 4 games after winning 4-2 yesterday in Ottawa, and now get to sit around and wait for the Flyers or the Penguins and to see how long the Penguins drag that series out. Because yesterday, you had the Penguins go to Philly, make a change in goal. Arturs Shilovs had a very solid game. Sidney Crosby a goal and an assist. And they forced a Game 5 by finally actually putting some pucks in the net. The Penguins have only scored 8 goals in 4 games in that series. 4 of them came yesterday. Yeah, one of them was an empty netter. Doesn't matter. They finally put some pucks behind Dan Vladar, who looked terrible on the first two of those goals. It was a great shot by Sidney Crosby on the first one. Just an absolute beautiful dish by Erik Karlsson. And Crosby wound up from all the way back here, hands above the head, and just bang, buried it. But it hit Vladar and fluttered in off of him. And Vladar, after that, tried playing the puck behind the net, and Ricard Raquel stole it from him and tucked it in. Those are the kind of things that are indications of an relatively inexperienced team in the playoffs, the Flyers in this case, tightening up. And Vladar's been a huge part of the reason why the Flyers were hot down the stretch and into the playoffs. But if he starts giving up goals like that, the Flyers are in trouble, because this is not a team with enough Stanley Cup playoff experience, to weather the storm as well as the team that they were up 3-0 on. Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, Christopher Letang, who actually had a good game yesterday, and now Artur Shilovs, who presumably will be in net in Game 5 tomorrow night. They've all been there. They have the playoff experience. They've had big moments in the playoffs. Some of the most important pieces in Philadelphia, Porter Martone included, who had the first two game winners in this series, haven't been there before. It's going to be, look, it would only be the fifth comeback from down 3-0 in a series in Stanley Cup playoff history. So I'm not telling you what's going to happen. But this is going to be a heavy lift for Rick Tocchet to keep his guys focused. Especially if they lose Game 5 back in Pittsburgh tomorrow night. It's going to be a heavy lift to keep a relatively inexperienced Flyers team focused on what they need to do shift by shift, which they did so well through the first three games, to get out of this series alive. And the longer the series goes, the longer Carolina gets to sit and rest and wait. Out west, the Wild bounced back last night against Dallas in OT. Jesper Wallstedt was a wall. Get it? Because that's part of his name. 43 saves. And Nate Boldy, the game winner at the very end of the first OT period. The only issue here, Minnesota 0 for 4 on the power play. Still missing Zuccarello on the power play. And if they're still missing him in Game 5, Tuesday in Dallas, and continue to struggle with the man advantage, they're going to have a hard time somehow stealing this series, regardless of how well Wallstedt plays. Had a feeling this would be one of the best, if not the best series of the first round. And the back and forth has been very much fun to watch to this point. Today, the Avs a chance to sweep the Kings out of the playoffs in LA. That's 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific, right after we get off the air. Buffalo a chance to go up 3-1 in Boston. Ooh. And Montreal and Anaheim each have a chance to go up 3-1 at home on the Lightning and the Oilers, respectively. Those games being played tonight at 7 and 9:30 Eastern, 4 and 6:30 Pacific. If I'd have told you the Lightning and the Oilers could both go out in the first round, but a chance for Montreal and Anaheim to really put a stranglehold on those series tonight. Coming up next, we'll get PJ Glasser into the conversation, and we'll ask the question, does Ty Simpson ever start a game for Sean McVay? That's next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
By God, that's PJ Glasser's music. Here he comes. Welcome back into BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports, inside the Westwood One Sports app, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. I'm Chris Mack, with you till 4 p.m. Eastern, joined now alongside the great PJ Glasser. PJ, how's your Sunday so far? And more importantly, we'll get into specific thoughts. I know we're going to power rank our favorite picks. We're going to play the classic FMK game, which I will not elaborate on the first letter of the acronym, lest we get fired. We'll play FMK NFL Draft Edition in the second hour. Well, all kinds of different draft angles, but just overall, your impression of the 3 days of the draft.
Always a reminder at what a grind day 3 is, Chris. That thing starts at noon Eastern time, and then you just keep looking at the clock, and you're like, my God, there are a lot of picks in day 3. But it's awesome. I mean, that we were on air together talking a little bit for that Thursday, that first round, and I think a bunch of us had a feeling there would be some chaos. All those teams that had 2 first-round picks, we were expecting a lot of trades. I mean, Arizona really did it, taking Jeremiah Love, and then Tennessee out of nowhere taking Carnell Tate. Those 2 picks, Chris, really set the tone for, it's going to be one of those kind of nights.
Yeah.
And it really was. So I thought round 1 was great. Round 2, as there normally is in round 3, there are a lot of guys on the board, maybe with round 1 grades or round 2 grades. But overall, love the draft, love the 3 days. I feel like most of the teams have to be pretty pleased with how the drafts and the boards felt to them, especially like some of the worst organizations in the NFL. We're going to talk about it, Chris, but dare I say it, like the Jets, the Browns. Some of these teams, I think some of these teams did pretty good for themselves. So very entertaining draft, and I still can't believe the Cardinals took Jeremiah Love 3 and Tennessee taking Carnell Tate 4. 2 things I did not expect to have happen.
I love them both. We'll expound a little bit later. I want to start with the Ty Simpson pick because, look, we played some of the audio of Les Snead and Sean McVay calling Ty Simpson earlier to start the show. We've all seen the very uncomfortable Sean McVay press conference alongside Les Snead from Thursday night. Here's my question to you, PJ. Do you think Ty Simpson will ever start a game for Sean McVay?
It's a good question. If this was a betting market, I would take yes, just because of the different things that could happen. Stafford isn't getting any younger. There's always a chance that he can get hurt. If he does, then Simpson's going to get thrown into action. And I really think the more we've had time to digest like the video and McVay's reaction to the Ty Simpson pick, and he's elaborated on this as well, I really just think it was because of Matthew Stafford and how much Stafford means to him, how much he's a fan of him. And when you make a pick like that, you don't want to seem so overexcited that the guy who's been so good to your organization, the guy that you've won a Super Bowl with, you don't want to feel like he's just left out there to dry, right? Because it's a very similar conversation to what the Packers did a few years ago, where you're coming off an NFC championship berth with Aaron Rodgers. You feel like your team is right there on the cusp of winning a Super Bowl, and you go after Jordan Love, and it's like, what? Aaron Rodgers just had an MVP caliber. Why are we doing this? And, it felt very similar with the Rams. I like the pick for the Rams taking Ty Simpson. I don't like the pick at 13, but I like the pick. I like the thought process. All the Rams had to do was just stay in front of the Steelers. They could have traded back to 17, 18, 19. That was really the only team that made you worried. So I don't love where they took Ty Simpson, but I do like the draft pick because look, if you're in a Sean McVay system as a quarterback, you really can't get much better than that. He's going to be throwing a Puka in his prime. They're always going to surround him with good weapons. The situation's great. I was a fan of Ty at Alabama. I think he did a lot of good things. I'm not as hell-bent on the pick as a lot of other people are. But back to your initial question, Chris, I really just think now that we've had time to digest it, I don't think it was more so like McVay's disgust with the pick. It was just more so sticking by his guy, Matt Stafford, and making sure that he was doing good by him.
Yeah, and I wonder too, when you're a head coach, you're always in win now mode. Very rarely are head coaches in the NFL, unless you're obviously in rebuild mode, like a Miami or a Tennessee or a Vegas, the Jets. But Aaron Glenn's fighting for his life there. You're rarely not in win now mode and thinking more about the future than now. And especially with the Rams, who may have the most talented roster in the league, right? They may be the singular most talented team in the league. If I'm Sean McVay, I'm disappointed that we didn't go out and get a guy who can help us now. And I have to think that was a part of what we saw in his reaction to everything, too. I do think you mentioned the Steelers at 21. I think if he gets to the Jets at 16, he's gone. He's off the board. I think the Jets jump on Simpson there. They sat around and waited until day 3 to take Cade Klubnik, which is interesting. But nonetheless, Simpson, they've already got an established backup behind Stafford and Jimmy G, right? And McVay's talked glowingly of him when he's had the opportunity to. In fact, he talked more about Jimmy G and Stetson Bennett in that press conference, I think, than he did Ty Simpson. So McVay's going to be put in another uncomfortable position come the end of August, early September, when it's cutdown day, and he's got to figure out which quarterbacks he's going to keep. Are we going to cut the experienced veteran who we know we can rely on in a pinch if Stafford gets hurt for a week or two, and Jimmy Garoppolo? Are we going to cut the guy that we spent a couple of years trying to develop in Stetson Bennett so that we can bring in the new guy? Because Ty Simpson's not going anywhere. He's not sneaking onto the practice squad. So they're going to have some interesting decisions to make there with which ones they keep. And that's going to be another point where you're going to be able to read it on McVay's face. He's not going to be excited about a move that's made that doesn't necessarily get made with now in mind more than down the road.
And the Rams are one of the top organizations in the NFL. What McVay and Les Snead have been able to build, they're really good. So they're always forward thinking. They're trying to get ahead of the curve. And what's funny, Chris, is this is a team that's always one of those teams that's willing to go all in, right? That we know they don't like drafting players and they trade away first.
Baby.
F them picks. That's exactly right. They do it all the time. So it's almost funny and it's weird to watch the Rams kind of take the opposite approach of like, oh, wow, this team's actually thinking about the future for a team that normally is all in. And to your point, thinks about how can we get better and win right now. I do like the landing spot for Ty. I do think he ends up playing for Sean McVay because I think McVay's really going to like Ty Simpson. This is a guy who had to wait and sit his turn. He was recruited by Nick Saban. He's got good coaching under Kellen DeBoer. So he's made of the right stuff. His dad is a head coach in college football. I think Sean McVay is going to love him because he loves football. He's super talented. And I think he's going to fit right in and he's going to get to learn from Matthew Stafford. So he's in a great situation. I think probably you're looking at, if Stafford stays healthy, you're not looking at this year, next year, but I think probably in 3 years, that's the ideal time for probably when the Rams are going to have Ty Simpson as their starter.
Only 5 picks for the Rams in this draft. The tight end in the second round was interesting. Max Clare from Ohio State. I loved the C.J. Daniels pick late in the middle of the 6th round. We'll talk about which drafts we would F, M, or K. And again, I'm not going to tell you what the F in the acronym stands for. You know it if you've ever played the game. We'll do that in about an hour and a half from now here on BetMGM Game Day. I want to focus on the rest of the quarterback class, though, for just a minute here, PJ. Fernando Mendoza, obviously, first overall to Vegas. Ty Simpson, 13th to the Rams. Carson Beck, first pick of the 3rd round to the Cardinals. Drew Aller, a bit of a surprise in the 3rd round to the Steelers. Cade Klubnik, I mentioned, to the Jets. Cole Payton to the Eagles, Taylon Green to the Browns because they needed another arm. And then a few more picks made late. And Garrett Nussmeier, the final quarterback off the board, 33rd pick of the 7th round to Kansas City. Which of the guys from this draft class do you think ends up starting an NFL game first?
I think it's got to be Mendoza by default. You certainly could make the argument for Carson Beck because Arizona's quarterback situation is definitely the biggest mess of these teams that took a QB, and probably is the biggest question at who's starting. So I could understand people thinking that it could be Beck. If Rodgers ends up pulling a curveball and doesn't starting, I still don't think Aller starts, but he could have as good a shot as anybody. I think it is Mendoza, though. They paid Cousins all that money. We all expect him to be the starter week 1. But, Chris, it's almost like the Russell Wilson Giants thing from last year with Dart. Like, at some point, the Raiders are just going to look at themselves in the mirror, and it's like every game we're not playing Fernando Mendoza, we're just wasting away games. You know what I mean? You only get so many games in the NFL. Like, let him experience those growing pains. Let him go through it with all these other guys. He's as NFL ready from an experience standpoint as you could want. He played a number of years at Cal. Then he was in Indiana. He played in all these big games last year. He won a national championship. So the kid's ready, I think. They've upgraded the offensive line. He's got some good weapons there. I think you're looking at Cousins starting like 3-4 games, and it's just been so bad the last few years. He cannot move at all. He's such a statue. So I think you're looking 3-4 games and then Mendoza's in there. I think it's going to be him.
I'd like to see the Raiders, for Raiders fans' sake, be a little more patient and ride it. See if you can get to Halloween at least. Before they flip the switch to Mendoza, just to give him a little bit more time. But I think you could be right. I do think there's a chance Carson Beck starts week 1 in Arizona. Like, that sounds insane right now. But I think because of the, Brissett asking for more money, Arizona looking at him and being like, dude, you're just keeping the seat warm for the guy we just drafted. We're not going out of our way to keep you happy. We'll let Minshew be the backup and let Beck take the reins right out of the gate. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised to see Beck start week 1 right out of the gate. And I don't necessarily hate it. Like, it's not the best thing for a rookie quarterback to just get thrown right in there. But I think Beck's vast amount of experience at the college level really does put him probably in the best spot of any of the quarterbacks in this year's class to be ready to go right from the jump.
For sure. And no, you do bring up a good point. I mean, with Brissett holding out, there's definitely a chance that it's similar to New Orleans' position last year where Derek Carr was thought to be the starter. He ends up retiring. So now it's like, what are the Saints going to do? Is it going to be Rattler or is it going to be Shuck? And the Cardinals could be in that similar situation and they could end up just going with Carson Beck. So I think that makes a lot of sense. I still think it ends up being Mendoza because we're like pretty confident that he's going to play at some point this season. Whereas with all these other guys, it wouldn't surprise you if none of them see the field. So I think that's why Mendoza would probably, for me, be the best bet. And he's the number 1 pick to end up playing. I tell you, after Mendoza, the other pick that I really liked, and I wonder if he just plays this year as like, in some gadget plays and those kinds of things. Talon Green, the Browns quarterback from Arkansas. If you watched him at Arkansas, Chris, I mean, this kid is an athlete, dude. It's ridiculous how electrifying he is.
Too.
Oh my God. He is so fun. He's one of my favorite college quarterbacks last year. I love the fit going to Cleveland with Todd Monken because why did the Ravens move from Greg Roman to Todd Monken? 1, it was because Roman was terrible. 2, it was because they wanted to develop Lamar as a passer, and that's what Monken was able to help with. Well, Talon Green, you have all this raw talent and athleticism. Now Monken's your head coach, and you hope that he can help unlock Green a little bit as a passer. I think they could put him on the field, right? Maybe some 2 quarterback sets where you have him in like some zone read stuff, maybe some eye candy, comes in and throws a couple passes. But as we know, they've been searching for a quarterback answer for such a long time in Cleveland. Is it going to be Watson? Is it going to be Shador? Who the heck knows? But like you said, they have Gabriel still there. They have Green. He might not even make the team. His athleticism, though, if they're able to find anything, Chris, with him as a passer, I think he's the wild card in this class. And I like the pick and I like the fit with Cleveland.
And I would say if we're just looking at immediate opportunities to start, I would cast sort of a little bit of a side eye towards Kansas City. Because we don't know if Mahomes is going to be ready for the beginning of the year. If Justin Fields goes out there and just looks like an absolute disaster for a week or two, and Mahomes' recovery is taking a little bit longer than expected, I don't think they're going to race to start rookie Garrett Nussmeier, but they might be pressed into that position rather than bringing Mahomes back early if the rehab is not going so smoothly.
It's a good point. I can't even remember the kid's last name who started for the Chiefs last year, the one after
Chris
Minshew.
Oladukin, 7th-round pick of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Street free agent, I think. I don't know. Chris
there
Oladukin.
You go. So that guy started last year, Chris. If he could start, then I think there's a chance that Nussmeier could potentially start as well. That's a good call. And I mean, maybe like Kaliakmanis potentially for Washington. Is Jaden Daniels is he definitely, I think, is giving us all these vibes of super talented player. Is he just going to be riddled with injuries his whole career? And, Kaliakmanis is down the board, but again, they dealt with a bunch of injuries. Mariota ended up getting hurt last year too. So that's a franchise that they're always hurt. That field that they play on is terrible. And you never know what quarterback you could get out there as well. So I think you're right. Maybe some of those 7th rounders, Kaliakmanis, Nussmeier, a lot would have to go wrong, but maybe a chance you could potentially see one of those guys.
Top of the hour at 1 Eastern, PJ and I will each power rank our 5 favorite individual picks from this draft. And I've got a list of picks that I absolutely loved this weekend, whether it be for value or fit or whatever. We'll get into that at the top of the hour. And before 1 o'clock, the Red Sox say, bye-bye, Alex Cora. Does this fix things for them? But coming up next, there was a number of interesting things that went down in Pittsburgh over the weekend, including for the team hosting the draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers, not just having Mekhi Lemon stolen out from underneath them in the first round, but going out and getting a quarterback with their first pick of the 3rd round in Drew Aller. What are the thoughts about how Aller fits and the Steelers draft in general? Donnie Chedrick of the PM team on 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh joins us next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
76th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Drew Aller, Penn State quarterback.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Joey Porter Sr. with the announcement of the pick of Drew Aller Friday night in Pittsburgh during the NFL draft. You could hear the Pitt fans in the background booing the Penn State selection alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, always inside the Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375. In just a minute, we get Donnie Chedrick. They call him Donnie Football in Pittsburgh from the PM team on 93.7 The Fan every afternoon in Pittsburgh. We'll talk to Donnie about his thoughts on, just in general, the draft being in Pittsburgh, how he thought they pulled it off. I mentioned earlier, PJ, I was down there all afternoon on Friday, and it was just a phenomenal environment. No one was mad. No one was sloppy. Everyone was just hanging out, having a good time. And I will say, in a not big city, I thought it was pulled off exceedingly well by the city of Pittsburgh, the way they handled the draft.
There were so many people there. They had close to what, 800,000 or something like that. They had
805,000 breaks the record for Detroit, and 775,000 in 2024. So, look, our boy McAfee says it all the time. It's a football town. It is. People love football in Pittsburgh. They also love big events. I can say that as a native Yinzer. Something comes to town, we want to be a part of it. And so, plus, it didn't hurt that it was beautiful weather on Thursday and Friday, too. But we'll ask Donnie once we have him on the line about not just the atmosphere of the draft in Pittsburgh, but obviously the Steelers getting Mekhi Lemon snaked out from underneath them by the Eagles in the first round, and the selection of Aller in the third round. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. The man's about to head out on his honeymoon soon, and he took time to join us. Donnie Football from 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Donnie, how you doing this Sunday?
Chris, I'm great, man. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for having me.
I am. Before we get into the Mekhi Lemon fiasco, before we get into the Drew Aller selection or anything else the Steelers actually did with their picks in the draft, I was just telling PJ how I thought the environment, the atmosphere in Pittsburgh was incredible for the draft. I'm probably going overboard by saying this, but if you could repeat a city as a host of an NFL draft, it felt like this would be one of those towns that would deserve to get it again.
I 110% agree. I thought Pittsburgh crushed it. And funny enough, Chris, obviously, you and I are we are Yinzers, born and bred. And leading up to it in the city, it was a lot of dread, people saying that they didn't want to go down. It was going to be a disaster. Where am I going to go? Where am I going to park? And it was just complaint after complaint after complaint. And you would see videos of things that weren't set up and ready to go. How are they going to get this done? And lo and behold, we get to Thursday, and Thursday through Saturday, Pittsburgh pulled it off. And not only pulled it off, they crushed it in every single way. So a ton of credit goes to the people in Pittsburgh that actually got it together. The law enforcement that had to be used all weekend. The NFL, I know it was inconvenient for what they were shutting down in terms of roads to get around that area. But, it went off without a hitch, it seemed. And I don't know about you. I was down there Thursday and Friday for our coverage locally on 93.7 The Fan. I got into and out of the North Shore back to my front door in about 30 minutes, which might be 5 more minutes than what it usually takes me. I thought we killed it.
That's pretty good, man. Yeah, it was awesome to watch on TV. And The Steelers had a lot of interest from a lot of people around the league, Donnie, because it felt like certainly a landing spot for Ty Simpson. He ends up going 13 to the Rams. Pittsburgh goes with the offensive lineman out of ASU. I'll ask you the hypothetical. If Ty Simpson was available there at 21, do you think the Steelers would have ended up taking him, or do you think they would have passed and they would have still ended up getting Drew Aller, who they went with?
I think they actually would have passed on Ty Simpson. I feel like they were, and I know that this was a different coaching staff last year, but they were, giving us the smoke screen about Shadur Sanders the whole time in 2025. I actually think they would have passed on Simpson because it seemed like they were dead set on either wide receiver or offensive line in the first round. And clearly, by what we all now know, happened on Thursday night, that was the case.
Donnie, the reaction among Steeler fans to not necessarily the pick of Max Ahanachour, the lineman from Arizona State, but I guess more so the fact that they did have Mekhi Lemon snaked out from underneath them by the Eagles was just absolute vitriol. They couldn't believe that the Steelers did this. It was terrible. Subpar management. Omar Khan's got to go, their GM, all that. If we can isolate all of that instant knee-jerk reaction from Steeler fans, what do you think the initial evaluation of Ahanachour would have been to that selection? Because I came into the first round thinking O-line in the first round, wide receiver in the second round could actually work out really well for the Steelers, and that's what they ended up doing ultimately.
It's almost similar to how the coaching search went, Chris. At least that's how it felt for me. Like I don't hate the person in the case. I don't think that Mike McCarthy's a bad coach. I don't think that Maxi Ahanachour is like a disaster of a pick. But, like, the entire process of how it went down just made the Steelers look so bad. The coaching search felt lazy, and then we get to draft night, and the Eagles and Howie Roseman's the best in the business. I understand that. But to be in Pittsburgh and then get absolutely clowned by the team on the other side of the state, that's what the super frustrating part was for me. I don't think Ahanachour himself is a bad prospect. I'm a little bit worried that he didn't even know what football was until like 2021. That being said, he has learned pretty quickly because he came a long way from junior college to being a second team all Big 12 I always forget like what conference every team is in now, but I mean a second team all conference player last season. So I mean I want to give the guy a chance. I'm certainly going to give the guy a chance.
Donnie, on the depth chart, they're going to list the receiver room as DK Metcalf, wide receiver 1, Michael Pittman, wide receiver 2, and Jerry Bernard, wide receiver 3. But if Rodgers comes back at quarterback, with him being in his 40s and liking to get the ball out quick, and Bernard really probably being a little bit of a better intermediate receiver maybe than Pittman at this point, do you think there could be a case where Bernard has a better year than Michael Pittman, especially if Rodgers is the quarterback? Or do you think that would you expect Pittman to have a better season than Jeremy Bernard in his rookie year? How do you kind of see that wide receiver 2-3 discussion playing out for Pittsburgh?
I mean, if Jeremy Bernard steps right in and he immediately becomes the second most productive guy, I mean, I guess it could mean bad things for Michael Pittman, but that isn't even something I've thought about a ton. I mean, I like what he can bring to the offense for sure. He's more of a McCarthy type wide receiver. He doesn't like going with the guys that are tiny. Like a Calvin Austin wouldn't really work in the Mike McCarthy thing. I don't even know if Roman Wilson will work. Who knows what his future is? Plus, Aaron Rodgers doesn't like him. I would love that. I mean, if we saw a rookie step right in and he immediately made that much of an impact, I'd be super happy with what Bernard does in year one.
Donnie Football, he's known as in Pittsburgh. Donnie Chedrick of the PM team, afternoons on 93.7 The Fan in the Berg, with us here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack and PJ Glasser riding with you till 4 Eastern. The reaction to the Drew Aller pick, Donnie, is interesting because for those that aren't aware, I'll try to give a Cliff's Notes version. Pittsburgh is split between 3 college fan bases. Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia are all obviously within 2.5 hours of each other. And you heard the boos from some in the announcement of the Drew Aller pick. But in my experience, some of those may have even been coming from Penn State fans who don't like the way Aller's career went at Penn State. So just your initial reaction to the Aller selection, not just where it happened, but how the Steelers handle the quarterback room going forward throughout the summer and into the regular season, and what this means for the quarterback position, not necessarily this year, because we're 99.9% sure Aaron Rodgers will be back, but what it means for the position going forward after this year.
Yeah, I mean, a couple quick thoughts. I mean, for starters, it certainly doesn't, make our jobs any more difficult because we know how polarizing the quarterback position in Pittsburgh is. So I guess the more the merrier since it's been just a disaster since Big Ben retired. That being said, I didn't want them to take a quarterback at all in this draft, just with the idea of Rodgers probably coming back. It still feels like that's very likely. If it's not 100%, it's probably close. I would have avoided all of – they weren't going to get Fernando Mendoza. After that, I would have avoided all of them. It wasn't even anything against Drew Aller. I do have holdups with him, how he does handle himself in big games. Like that's a thing. It's not like it just happened once or twice, and I know that people want to blame everybody but him, but it is a real thing. Has all the size, has all the tools, no denial there. I would give the pick like a C or a C+. It was a third-round pick, so it's not like they wasted first or second-round capital on that. But it's one that I would have probably just used on another position. Maybe somebody that's a higher graded defensive back since they waited on that and got one later on. But I will say this, and it was a thought that I had initially, Chris. You brought up the 3 college fan bases that are around Pittsburgh. You can even sprinkle in Ohio State into that pocket because now it's going to be a Will Howard versus Drew Aller battle, and you just wait for the single most electric preseason game of all time that is bound for Pittsburgh in late August because it's a Steelers-Panthers game. We always get it. And who is the Panthers' backup quarterback, my friend? Our old buddy, Kenny Pickett.
That's a great point. That's going to be one of the better preseason games to watch for sure. Donnie, something I wanted to ask you with Tomlin obviously gone now, and I know a lot of Steelers fans were tired of the status quo and the same old thing every year, but the guy was a heck of a football coach. He won a lot of games. What was something that you could always count on with the Tomlin team, something that his teams did well that now with McCarthy as the new head coach, you're a little bit worried about these Steeler teams not doing?
For as many times as we would knock it and joke about it with Mike Tomlin, I knew that he was never going to be a guy that just completely let the wheels fall off or let the floor fall through. And by hook or by crook, his team was going to be in the playoff picture by season's end. They were going to be 9-8 or they were going to be 10-7, but you knew no matter what with him, they were going to at least be in the graphic that is put up once we get late in the NFL season in one of those categories. Usually it was in the hunt, and then they would find themselves in the wild card, and hey, what do you know? They found themselves to a division title this past year. That's what you could always count on. So I know it was always a kind of a running joke in Pittsburgh because it just became year after year, but I do have to give the guy credit. I mean, he had seasons of Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph and Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky, and he got his teams to 9-8 or 10-7. That's pretty impressive.
Donnie, before we let you run, I got to ask your overall grade. The Steelers did have a couple reaches on the third day, a kick returner included amongst them, but overall grade on the Steelers draft this weekend.
I had like individual grades in my head. Like I would give Ihanichor like a B, and then I would go A for Bernard, C for Aller. I'm trying to think how this would like level out. I really disliked what they did yesterday up until their last two picks. They got the safety from Oklahoma, who's big and fast, and then they got Eli Heidenreich, who I know we're all going to love because he's a Yinzer himself, and he went to Navy and the way he carries himself. Those two guys were like two of their best picks for value, but Weegan can be exciting because he's a kick returner and they've lacked that for so long, but they picked him at 121 overall. And then they picked the Notre Dame defensive lineman, Gabe Rubio, who was in the 600s on the consensus board. 600s. I mean, like there are guys, a ton of guys that I follow that just watch tape pretty much 24 hours a day, and they were tweeting out, "I don't know who this guy is." That's concerning to me. So that grade got an F. I'd give him like a C or a C plus on the entire weekend.
Well, Donnie, we'll let you run. Enjoy the honeymoon. And, well, like you said, we got August to look forward to, my friend. If not earlier than that, training camp in Latrobe is always beautiful. Donnie Chedrick, a.k.a. Donnie Football from the PM team, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. Thanks for the time today, bro.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks, Donnie.
It was an interesting third day. A lot of people, like you said, people do not pay a ton of attention to the third day of the draft, PJ. It's more of a slog than anything. But it was interesting that the Steelers, they took a kick returner in the fourth round and a defensive lineman that a lot of people had never heard of in the sixth round, I believe it was.
Yeah, I do like the Heidenreich pick out of Navy. Just easy guy to root for. I didn't realize he was from Pittsburgh, so certainly going to be a fan favorite. Real quick before we go to break, Chris, what's the position still after the draft that you feel like the Steelers didn't address enough, that you have the biggest questions going into the season, outside of quarterback maybe? What would be your biggest question mark?
It's still defensive line. In the trenches. Donnie there mentioned Gabriel Rubio. I don't dislike Rubio after looking at a little bit of his tape and reading some of the summaries on him like Donnie did, because I think he can move up and down the line. But they still got absolutely gashed at times in run defense last year. And Cam Hayward's not getting any younger. And, they went out and got Derek Harmon last year. Y.A. Black from Iowa is also in his second year, but there was still work to do, and I don't know if they did enough there.
Very good. Yeah. The Pittsburgh put up a great event, and like you said, the weather's always the key with stuff like that. So the fact that it was beautiful, the people would show up, great football town. It'll be interesting to see how their season plays out. When do we think like Rodgers makes a decision? Is there at a point when people are kind of expecting him to say something?
So I've been told by some, the mandatory mini camp that they have, I want to say is the last week of May, like right after Memorial Day. I think right around then we're probably talking about, he'll pull that thing where he announces it comes in for mandatory mini camp and then gets back out of town. Cause I guess the guy doesn't want to deal with the hassle of going to OTAs or not going to OTAs. I don't know. It's Aaron's world, and we're all just hallucinations in it at this point, PJ. Coming up next, they have got some managerial issues in Boston, in so much as, well, Alex Cora's no longer their manager because they fired him yesterday. Does this save the Red Sox season after a 10-17 start? And he's not the only one with issues in Boston who's in charge. We'll get into all of it next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
first base. France will flip to Miller. Ball game over. Padres win. New record all time for the Padres in scoreless innings consecutively belongs to Mason Miller.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
We'll get into the mess is, plural, in Boston in just a second, but had to recognize Mason Miller for setting the Padres' scoreless inning streak record by closing things out in Mexico City for the Padres last night. 34 2/3 innings now. This guy's just been absolutely untouchable so far to start the year, PJ. It's ridiculous.
Chris, like I was thinking, I mean, what's the hardest thing in sports? Is it like trying to win a point off of Alcaraz or Sinner? Is it like trying to score a point off Wemby, tackling Derrick Henry? I truly think getting a hit off Mason Miller, the hardest thing to do in sports. I don't think there is a harder thing currently to do than that.
Yeah, I mean, not just the routine triple-digit heat, but the movement on it. I mean, it's just sick what Mason Miller is doing right now. So wanted to get a mention of that in here before we get to the Red Sox and another mess up in Boston. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. Speaking of Boston, Justin Turpin of WEEI in Boston is in Philly with the Celtics ahead of their game against the Sixers tonight. He'll join us in about 30 minutes. Top of the hour at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific. We will power rank, PJ and I, our favorite individual picks from this year's NFL draft now that it is wrapped up. John Ledyard will give us his analysis from Audibles and Analytics at 2 Eastern. Nick Ashew, his thoughts on the draft as well. Commander-specific, some of them at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. But Alex Cora dismissed as Red Sox manager yesterday, PJ, after a 10-17 start. And then they dropped 17 on the Orioles. But they have been just abysmal offensively. The worst OPS in the AL, tied with the Giants for fewest home runs in all of Major League Baseball. I don't know. Is this the fix that they needed? Is this enough to set the Red Sox off in the right direction? Dismissing Alex Cora, most of his staff, and reassigning guys, including Jason Varitek, within the organization.
I mean, I think they should have gotten rid of Craig Breslow, the GM. It feels like he's definitely at fault for a lot of this. I think most would agree Cora is one of the best managers in baseball. It feels like he was going to be managing the Phillies next season. That's kind of probably where we're headed at this point. But that was my first thought when I first saw the news that they were letting go of Cora and 3 other coaches. I was like, man, you're not going to find many better than Cora. I know they've had to deal with some things in the past, but they were able to win a World Series together. I still think he's one of the better managers in baseball. You said it, though. The Red Sox offense has just not been good. And I think eventually over time it will be. But, Chris, this is what happens, man. I mean, teams that have expectations coming into the year, when you're not living up to it, somebody's got to pay for it. They got to figure a way to make it work and switch things up a little bit. I don't know if this was necessarily the right answer. I know Red Sox fans have been wanting the owner to sell the team, John Henry. They've been wanting to change in the front office. It feels like probably the general manager move would be the way to go because I think the coaching staff is pretty good. But this was definitely surprising, like you said, off the heels of a 17-1 win over the Orioles, and to do it in a rubber match of a series, right? Like if you're going to make that move, make it after today when you're getting ready for a new series or something like that. Just felt like kind of an odd time for a change for Boston.
The other mess in Boston involves the head football coach. We're all well aware of Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini, the entire mess. For those that weren't caught up before the draft started on Thursday, Vrabel had told the organization he was going to step away yesterday, but would remain in communication with the organization as they made their day 3 picks. It sounds now like that maybe didn't happen. I don't know. Vrabel's going to counseling. He's going to try and get some things figured out. I don't think this is still an effect on them once we get to training camp in the regular season, but anything that disrupts the usual offseason process of a head coach is not a good thing, and this would be among them.
Last thing you want is distractions, especially when this is a big year for your team trying to prove that last year wasn't a fluke. It feels like the Patriots, Chris, are going to be the Bengals from a few years ago when they made that Super Bowl run, young quarterback with Burrow. We all thought, oh, here's the next team. And then it hasn't worked out for Cincinnati ever since. I think with the schedule being way tougher for the Patriots, and them having a target on their back, all these distractions with Vrabel. I think Drake May's going to take a little bit of a step back. Like, I just think it's all going to come crashing down on New England a little bit. So I'm definitely in on their win total under. I'm going to be betting on them in a bunch of games. You would think the Vrabel-Rossini story is definitely going to die over or is going to die over time, but we keep thinking that, and then new things start to resurface, and then it becomes the biggest story again. So who knows how much more is out there? Who knows how soon this is going away? But definitely the last thing you want if you're a Patriot fan, a player, somebody in that organization.
The NBA playoffs, the Stanley Cup playoffs, all going on. We will talk NBA playoffs, as I mentioned earlier, with Justin Turpin of WEEI in Boston, coming up in a little less than a half hour. When the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. You want to be a part of the playoff action? You can do so when you bet with boosted odds inside the BetMGM app. Activate that odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off all day today and every day during the NBA playoffs inside the BetMGM app. Download it now if you haven't yet. I mentioned Justin joins us from Philly ahead of Celtics Sixers in about 25 minutes. But coming up next, PJ and I power rank our favorite picks from this weekend's NFL draft. That's next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
kickoff to cash out. Your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
In 20 minutes, we get you ready for Sixers Celtics with Justin Turpin, who's in Philly with WEEI Boston ahead of that game. A little bit later, we ask, are the Pistons in trouble, now down in the series to the Orlando Magic after a loss yesterday? And are the Nuggets just dead? Because as long as Joker keeps missing on average a dozen shots a night, then they could be dead. A loss against a shorthanded T-Wolves team last night who lost both Anthony Edwards and Dante DiVincenzo in the first half. Sounds like Edwards is going to be out a couple weeks. No ligament damage in that left knee, but a bone bruise. Sounds like Dante DiVincenzo, it's an Achilles and will be done long term as the T-Wolves are up 3-1 in that series. We will play a game that you may have played with some of your friends before, guys. We'll just call it FMK. And we will not tell you what the F stands for, but the M stands for Mary and the K stands for kill. NFL Draft Edition. We will pick the drafts by teams, their draft hauls that we would theoretically F with, that we would marry and we would kill. I know, we're grotesque around here, aren't we? But before we do all that, let's power rank. BetMGM Game Day, we love power ranking things. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser. Let's power rank our favorite individual picks of the 2027 NFL, 2026, I'm getting a year ahead of myself, NFL draft. PJ, I'm going to let you go first. Your 5 favorite picks, count them down from 5 to 1 of this year's draft.
All right, let's start with 5. Jadarian Price, the running back out of Notre Dame, going to the Seahawks, the final pick of round 1. We all wondered, will we only get 1 running back in the first round? Will we get 2? We ended up getting the second, and I really like the pick for Seattle, getting the replacement for Kenneth Walker. It's going to be Price and Charbonnet. You do worry if this is like Rashad Penny vibes because they got him late in the first round years ago. Didn't work out for him. Price is so good, though, and there's a reason at Notre Dame why they didn't give the ball to Jeremiah Love 30 times, because they had to get Price's touches too, and he's an excellent complementary back. The change of pace with him and Charbonnet, and I think the fact that Price was so used to being in a system at Notre Dame where he had to split carries with Love is going to help him out a lot in Seattle. I think he's going to fill that role of Kenneth Walker really well. And I just trust that front office. John Schneider, Seattle knows what they're doing, man. They usually kill it in the draft just about every year. They wouldn't have taken this guy if they didn't feel like he wouldn't been a solid replacement for Kenneth Walker. So Jadarian Price is going to be number 5 for me. Let's go number 4, Chris. I'm going to the second round. Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas, going to the Tennessee Titans. This guy, if you would have looked at all the mock drafts coming into the 2025-26 college football season, they were talking about this kid as a top 5 pick, top 10 pick. He was everything for Texas going into the college football season. Didn't have as great a year as a lot of people expected. But Chris, there's a reason why people thought so highly of this guy a year ago and the talent that he has. And I think going to Robert Saleh and that defense and playing behind Jonathan Simmons is going to be huge for him and that Tennessee defense. So I really love that pick, getting Anthony Hill as a linebacker. Staying in the second round, I love the Jets pick, going and getting D'Angelo Pons, the corner out of Indiana, an undersized guy, which is why he fell to the second round. But I think head coach Aaron Glenn, who was a good corner in his day and also undersized, sees a lot of himself in D'Angelo Pons. And if you watched Indiana play, man, this dude was one of those guys that just stood out all over the field. Obviously, they had a terrific defense, great front seven, good defensive line, but it was always Pons for me whenever I would turn on an Indiana game that it felt like was the tone setter of that back end of the defense. He made the plays. He had the pick 6 in that Oregon game to start things off. I think he's a great playmaker. And he might not be a Sauce Gardner early in his career, but definitely a good fit to help plug that hole. And again, being coached by Aaron Glenn, I think he went to a great landing spot. 2 for me is going to be Reuben Bain, the defensive end for Tampa. I mean, the value for Tampa getting Bane, who could be a superstar at number 15. I don't think the Bucks in their wildest dreams ever expected him to drop that far, and he just fell to him right in their lap, and it was one of my favorite picks of the draft. And Chris, I loved watching Ruben Bane walk from the green room to hug Roger Goodell. It just felt like a man that was ready to just absolutely go out and kill people. And I think he's going to have a chip on his shoulder this season. And Bane is one of these draft prospects with the guy I'm about to talk about in a little bit, who's my number one. I feel like we got too lost in like the combine numbers and all these different things. If you watched Miami, if you watched them in the playoffs, number 4 was all over the field, always wrecking havoc in the middle of everything. He's a terrific pass rusher. He's great against the run. Ruben Bane for me, number 2. But number 1, and I think it's number 1 for a lot of people, Caleb Downs. The Cowboys getting him at 11. Chris, he might be one of the best safety prospects I have ever seen. Nick Saban has talked about it constantly with him as a freshman. It's as good as a freshman as he's had, that mature, that ready. Ryan Day talked about it when they got him at Ohio State. And I went to Bama. Me and my buddies were trying to think about all the freshmen that started under Saban on defense. And the names we came up with were Pat Surtain, pretty good. Will Anderson, pretty good. And Minkah Fitzpatrick. That's the company, the Caleb Downs shares in probably the last decade of freshmen that have started for Nick Saban at Alabama. Tells you the kind of company that he's in, tells you the kind of player that you have to be to step on the field for Saban as a freshman. Downs is terrific, man. He has no holes in his game, and the Cowboys fans are thrilled, and they should be. My favorite pick of the draft, Caleb Downs to Dallas. So my top 5, Jadarian Price to Seattle, Anthony Hill, the linebacker out of Texas, to the Titans. D'Angelo Pons, the Indiana quarter, to the Jets. Ruben Bane, Miami defensive end, going to Tampa. And Caleb Downs, the safety, going to Dallas.
So I'll be honest. I don't have any of these on my list. Not because I don't like these picks. I like a lot of what you had to say about each and every one of these guys. Like I gave a soliloquy earlier before you jumped into the show about the radical devaluation of running backs and how I think it's finally starting to come back around in this league, but this draft was not evidence of it. Jadarian Price, I think, is a quality pick for the Seahawks. Anthony Hill Jr., I echo everything you said about him, a guy who was a steal where the Titans got him. And I low-key really like the Titans draft just in general. I think they did a really good job. Pons in New York, I like as well. Bane, you're right. The fact that he slid all the way to Tampa Bay, you could tell not just pissed him off, but gave the Bucs an opportunity to make the most of it. And I think Caleb Downs is going to be excellent. I think he's going to be a Pro Bowl safety in Dallas. They were lucky to get him where they did, but I don't have any of those on my list because I just went in different directions. So I will start with number 5 on my list. And he didn't go until the 3rd round. But the size, he's enormous. He could be a weapon in the middle of the field. He can be a weapon downfield for a team that needs to surround its young quarterback with weapons. Number 5 for me, Malachi Fields, the wide receiver from Notre Dame, going to the Giants with the 10th pick of the 3rd round. Yes, please, give me more weapons for Jackson Dart to spread the ball out to. You put Fields on one side and Neighbors on the other side. Whether Neighbors likes the pick or not, I don't care. Fields on one side and Neighbors on the other. Jackson Dart is going to maximize what he's able to do throwing the ball downfield. I love that pick. Number 4, I went to the late 2nd round. A guy who also, like some of the guys you mentioned in your power rankings, were being talked about as high to mid-first rounders at the beginning of the season. Davison Igbinosun, the corner from Ohio State, I think deserved to be talked about as one of the 2 or 3 best corners in the draft. A lot of people look at him and say, wow, no, he's just way too handsy. He's going to get too many flags thrown on him at the NFL level. I want my corners handsy. I want my corners physical. I want my corners up on the line, punching opposing receivers as soon as they try to make a move off the line. He is an incredible route disruptor. He does have a nose for the ball, even if it may not have played out as much this year as it did the previous season. I love Igbinosun, and that's a team that desperately needed help in the secondary in Buffalo. So I think that's a great pick at 62 overall, late second round. I've got Igbinosun to Buffalo, number 4. Number 3, I mentioned this earlier, right off the top of the show. Jermod McCoy, probably consensus second-ranked corner in the draft. 101st overall to Vegas. Vegas, another team, like you said, one of those also-rans that we look at and say, they usually stink, but they had a good draft. The Raiders did, probably because they had so many picks and one of them was first overall. But to have the first pick of day 3, the first pick of the 4th round, maybe it was idiot-proof. You couldn't swing and miss on this one, but I just love the fit of McCoy in Vegas, especially once he's completely past that sort of year-long recovery period that we talk about with major injuries, like his ACL injury that he had last year. I think he's going to be a great fit for a long time in the Raiders secondary. So Jermod McCoy going 101st overall to Vegas. I have number 3. And then I got to show some offensive line love. Francis Maunoa is ranked second for me in my favorite picks. Going to the Giants. Yes, I have 2 Giants picks in my power rankings because I think they did a great job of maximizing value with their draft, especially at 5 and 10. Maunoa was absolutely the pick to make there. We were talking about him going before that 5th spot a week ago. So the fact that they got him where they did, I really like the value, and I think he's going to be an anchor on an offensive line that desperately needed one for a long time. So Maunoa at number 2 overall to the Giants, or ranked second overall, I should say, going 5th overall to the Giants. And then Venga Ione, the guard from Penn State. No, it's not just because I'm a Penn State guy. It's because this really was an idiot-proof pick. If Ione got to the Ravens at 14, they had to take him with what they need to do with their offensive line. And he is pound for pound the best offensive lineman in the draft, in my opinion. Certainly the best interior lineman in the draft by a mile. And he's going to be a part of that for years to come, helping protect Lamar Jackson as long as he's a Raven, opening holes for whoever the running back may be. As long as it's Derrick Henry, he'll be the guy. But I was fingers crossed, knocking on wood as a Steelers fan, that he was somehow going to slide, but knowing it wasn't realistic. So a great job by the Ravens, just taking what's available there at 14 and going after Venga Ione, PJ.
You know, Chris, it was funny as a Ravens fan. I'm sitting there watching the draft. The Rams are on the clock with pick 13. And at that point, I know that the Ravens are guaranteed to either get Bain or Ione. And I'm like, all right, which one do I want between the two, right? Maybe the Rams can make the decision easy. They take one of the guys and I'm stuck with the other. But if they don't take one of those two and the Ravens have to choose, who was the guy that I wanted? The Rams take Ty Simpson and then they're on the clock. And in the moment, I wanted Ruben Bain just because we've needed a star pass rusher ever since Suggs. We just haven't had it. They're hoping that they sign that with Trey Hendrickson, obviously, but pairing Hendrickson now with Bain and with Jesse Minter coaching the defense and Mike Green having a big year too, like all that was very appealing to me. The more, though, that, I kind of digest it and I think about it, I actually think I like the Ione pick better because Lamar is the franchise. You got to keep him healthy. You got to protect him. Derrick Henry is still, I think, has a year or two left being Derrick Henry, and you got to get the run game going. And again, I have so much trust in Minter elevating the defense and bringing out the most in those guys that I like the Ione pick because the Ravens need offensive line help. And like you said, pound for pound, he might be one of the better ones. And then the fact that they were able to get Zion Young out of Missouri in the 2nd round was kind of like, okay, now you got the pass rusher to go along with Ione. So it ended up working out. But yeah, at the time, I thought more so it's like, do I want 10 more? Do I want the next Terrell Suggs or do I want the next Marshall Yanda? You can't go wrong with either guy, but I'm very happy with the Ione pick.
I'll be honest, the Baltimore draft in general, and I had another guy on, I would call him an honorable mention for these power rankings. I really liked the Elijah Surratt pick in the 4th round too. And going with Lane and Surratt back-to-back on, day 2 and 3 in the middle of the draft, rounds 3 and 4. I mean, a team that needs impact at the wide receiver position. I thought both of those were great picks. And no, this is not just me as a Steelers fan speaking glowingly of your Ravens in an attempt to put some sort of Danhausen curse on them. I really thought they had a good draft.
It was very un-Raven-like in a way, too, because the first 2 picks were very Raven-like, where they took the best available positions and needs. It worked out. But then it just felt like they were taking stabs, and they were just kind of throwing darts, hoping to catch some potential. And it's very unlike them to kind of go wide receiver back-to-back in rounds 3 and 4. But I also liked the picks. I like the Jacoby Lane pick, Chris, because what they've missed since Anquan Bolden is they've missed a possession receiver. They've missed a big body guy. Lamar's never had that at wide receiver, a guy that he can just kind of go throw it up and can go get a 50-50 ball. DeAndre Hopkins has showed flashes of it last few years, but certainly D-Hop's well past his prime. I like the attempt at going after Lane and Surratt because that's what those guys did in college. Lane at USC and Surratt at Indiana. These were guys that would catch balls back shoulder, 50-50, high point. So I love the attempt. Instead of trying to go after, the Zay Flowers, the shifty, the burners, the deep threats like they try to go after, I love the thought process of trying to go after the big body wide receivers because that's what they really haven't had in a while. And, if you draft 2 of them, there's a chance that hopefully you're going to hit on one. So like you, I know certainly the Lane pick wasn't very popular, but I actually didn't mind it at all from the Ravens.
Coming up in about 25 minutes, we will play the classic game F, Marry, Kill. Sorry, we're grotesque people here. This is what we do. And we will tell you which team's drafts, PJ and I each, we would F with, we would marry, and we would kill. Sorry, but you gotta be bold about it sometimes. You gotta speak your mind. We will do that. Plus, we've got to talk about Sixers Celtics. Game 4 coming up tonight in Philly. Justin Turpin of WEEI Boston is there for it. Will we see Joel Embiid return? Will we see the Celtics continue to dominate in the half court and can the Sixers do anything in transition? All that as we preview Game 4 of that series next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. letdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Peyton Pritchard with the big late 3 on Prime against the Sixers in Game 3. Celtics Sixers Game 4 tonight, 7 Eastern in Philly. We'll see if the Sixers can even this series up or whether the Celtics put it in a chokehold. And we'll catch up shortly with Justin Turpin of WEEI in Boston, who is in Philly for tonight's game. This segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote now at progressivecommercial.com. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. You can always listen inside the Westwood One Sports app, inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY, and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. Always welcome you into the conversation as well at 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Thoughts on your team's draft over the last 3 days. Maybe your thoughts on your team's playoff experience so far, whether it's in the NBA or the Stanley Cup playoffs, or maybe you just saw your manager get fired. Yeah, I'm talking to those of you in Boston, and you've got thoughts on the Red Sox getting rid of Alex Cora or anything else going on. 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Before we get to Justin, PJ, I wanted to ask this, and I'll start with a smaller question, and maybe we'll work our way up to the bigger question. Pistons lose on the road in Orlando yesterday, and all of a sudden, Orlando's got the lead in that series, and it doesn't feel like they haven't deserved it. Mm-hmm. Do you think the Pistons are in trouble?
I do. We were talking about it, Chris, before this series started. I thought it could go 7. I thought Orlando was live. I thought that their defense on Cade, their physicality, the Pistons being a 1 seed that's not used to this kind of pressure could make it a long series. And I think that's what we're going to have. So we're going to learn a lot about the Pistons in Game 4, being trailing 2-1 on the road. But yeah, I definitely think that they're in trouble and would not shock me if the Magic win that series.
Game 4 coming up tomorrow night in Orlando, an 8 p.m. tip on that one. We'll ask a bigger question about another team who's down in their series in less than an hour. But let's go to Philly, where Justin Turpin of WEEI Boston is getting ready for Game 4 of Celtics Sixers tonight in Philly. Thanks for joining us, Justin. We appreciate the time as always. And I'll start with the obligatory question anytime we talk about the Sixers anyway. Do we think Joel Embiid will be in the lineup tonight?
Oh, man, the age-old question. It never gets old with this team, and it still remains unclear. I mean, he was listed as doubtful going into the game, but just listening to what the comments coming out of shoot-around, it sounds like he's certainly going to give it a shot. And for them, it makes all the sense in the world to try and push this. I mean, if they go down 3-1, you know the history with this game and with this league when teams are trailing down 3-1. So my guess is he's going to go and try to do as much as he can to play tonight, but it still remains pretty unclear whether or not he actually will, which is pretty on par for the rest of how his 76ers career has gone.
Justin, through 3 games so far, what do you think has been your biggest takeaway from this series?
It's really it's a simple answer, but it really has just jumped out to me so much. Just the dominance from Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown this series. I was looking at some of the numbers the other night. They've scored or assisted on 70% of the Celtics points this series. It's pretty much all the production is coming from those two, whereas Derek White and Peyton Pritchard have struggled to find their shots. They really haven't gotten a ton off the bench. Sam Hauser's been okay in the starting lineup. He started off hot, but kind of cooled down last game. So it's really been Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown just shouldering the load for this team. And just going back to some of the discourse that was surrounding them when Jason Tatum was coming back, how are they going to coexist now that Jaylen Brown has seen what it's like to be a 1A, and kind of all those questions that are kind of been age-old, similar to the Embiid one with Tatum and Brown, like how are these guys going to make it work? And just every year they have, and this year's been no different. So I think that stuck out to me the most, just how dominant this duo has been, because honestly, this looks like the best they've looked.
And not just the best they've looked as a tandem, but the best I can remember in a little while, Justin, at protecting the basketball, too. Like, they've only turned it over. I want to say the number is 12.3 per 100 possessions, which has kept the Sixers from getting out in transition. Is there any reason, if you're a Celtics fan, to worry about all of a sudden Philly turning up the defense, forcing some turnovers, and getting out in transition where they've been better offensively?
Yeah, you hit it there. Like the Celtics, one of their greatest strengths really in the Joe Mazzulla era has been taking care of the basketball. That's something like under Joe, they've kind of eliminated turnovers. They've been first or second in fewest turnovers every year he's been here. This year was no different. That's just been such a strength of theirs, which is why Game 3 was so weird when they have like 19 turnovers. I think it was 20-something points in off turnovers. And to your point there with the transition, like that's what Philadelphia likes to do, like with Tyrese Maxey and BJ Edgecombe, get those guys out and running and attack and transition. Like that's their bread and butter. And the Celtics enable that when they turn the ball over. So I don't expect a game like Game 3 again with all those turnovers because they're just so uncharacteristic. Like you don't really see this team, the live ball turnovers especially, like those are the killers against this team. And it's something the Celtics really haven't done this year. So I don't think there's really any worry about that and, you know, any of the turnovers for this team because it's just something they've done so well this year.
Justin, has Tatum just kind of surpassed all the expectations coming back from the ACL injury? When it happened against the Knicks last year, I think all of us thought he was going to be completely done for this season, like Halliburton, like Damian Lillard has been. But he comes back late in the regular season. As you mentioned, him and Brown have been terrific in these series. He hits all those big shots in Game 3. We know how good of a player Tatum is, but has he even surprised you with how well he's played since coming back from the injury?
I think if somebody was to ask Jason Tatum now, so he was asked about this a couple weeks ago, and I think if somebody was to ask him now, the answer would still be yes, that he's surprised himself. Like, this is unbelievable what we've seen from him, and I think anyone that says they expected this would be lying. Like, this is a guy that tore his Achilles less than a year ago, comes back, he was top 10 in rebounding when he came back, and like, I think that really spoke to it, the rebounding numbers. He's always been a great rebounder. He's been really, for his position as a wing, one of the best in the league, and he's very vocal about that. That's something he takes a lot of pride in. But for him to come back off a torn Achilles and not be afraid to mix it up down low, to get aggressive, get in there and grab rebounds, and that was such a weakness for the Celtics earlier in the year especially. They got gradually better as the year went on. But when Tatum came back, that number skyrocketed, and they were a top 5 rebounding team. Like, that was just so big for them. So, yeah, anyone that says that this is not a surprise would just be lying. Like, it's incredible what he's done this year and coming back. And he's just a walking double-double, too, which is – it's fascinating. And the scoring, I think, when he first came back is a little bit inefficient, but he's really starting to piece that together. Obviously, we saw the big dagger 3 in Game 3. Like, that was incredible. And he just keeps getting better and better. It's fascinating to watch, to be honest.
Justin Turpin covers the Celtics for WEEI in Boston. He's in Philly today getting ready for the 7 Eastern tip of Game 4 of the series between the Sixers and Celtics, a chance for Boston to go up 3-1 and really take a stranglehold in this series, Justin. Some of the talk about what hasn't worked, and there has been a lot that hasn't worked for Boston, to be honest, in the first 3 games of this series, but there has been some talk about Derek White being cold from the floor through the first 3 games. They will need him at some point if this is going to be a deep playoff run, no doubt. But is there any thought that they can't get past Philly without Derek White? Is there any sense of urgency? Because it sounded to me like what I heard out of the locker room the past few days was, Derek will be fine. We're going to just wait for him to come around because we know he's going to show up eventually.
Yeah, I mean, that has been a consistent message from everybody. And Joe Mazzulla's was the most emphatic the other night after the game. He was like, anyone that doubts Derek White doesn't understand winning, or I question their ability to understand winning, something along those lines. Like, they've been very intentional about their wording and how, you know, they're not worried about him. And obviously, even in Game 3, he didn't shoot necessarily well, but he was the one that grabbed the offensive rebound that set up Jason Tatum's dagger 3. So he is still making those impact plays, and I think that's what their messaging comes from. Like, when he's out there, he's still going to defend at a high level, and he's still going to make those impact plays. But yeah, they need him to start shooting the ball. I mean, it's no secret. Like, if they're going to go on a deeper run, like, I don't think it's something you have to worry about with Philadelphia, just because they don't really have the scoring themselves other than Edgecombe, George, and Maxey. And I think Tatum and Brown can match those guys. But other than that, like, if you're looking past this and potentially making a longer playoff run, you're going to need Derek White to start shooting the ball. And I don't think you can pass this off as just a slump because it's been consistent all year. I think earlier in the year, you kind of look at it, it's like, okay, he's taking a lot more pull-up threes. The spacing's a little bit off. Obviously, he's having a different role with Jason Tatum not on the floor. But even when Tatum comes back, his catch and shoot numbers go up. He's getting better looks, and he's still not knocking them down. So, yeah, like they can continue to back him and say, like, okay, he's going to eventually turn this around. But sometimes actions have to speak louder than words, and he actually has to start making these shots because, as you know, the lifespan's not very long in these playoffs, man. Like, if you go cold like they did last year, games 1 and 2, you fall behind to the Knicks, you blow that series pretty quickly. So this is going to have to turn around sooner rather than later if they want to make a run.
Justin, I mean, we kind of all knew coming into the playoffs that the East, it was probably the Pistons, the Knicks, and the Celtics as the top three, and maybe we'd get a surprise team. But I think watching all these first-round series, it might be even more chaotic than we thought. Orlando's given Detroit everything they could want. Toronto and Cleveland could be tied up at 2. After today, the Knicks tied it up with the Hawks. That's a 2-2 series. So where do you feel like the Celtics stand at this point? And now that you've kind of seen 3-4 games play out with all these Eastern Conference series, how do you feel like their chances have maybe bettered or worsened to make the NBA Finals than maybe you thought coming into the postseason?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at how it's shaping up, like Detroit was obviously a team that people had circled. And I had my questions about Detroit mainly because of their shooting, and they didn't do enough to address that at the trade deadline. Like they went out and they didn't really make the move they needed to improve their three-point shooting. Like they're a bottom 5, I believe, three-point shooting team in the league. That's not a winning recipe in the NBA, especially against the Celtics. And a lot of those Detroit games were played early. Like I think 2 of them were played in the first month and a half of the season. So it was kind of hard to gauge a lot out of those. And every game that the Celtics fell to Detroit was decided by 7 points or fewer, and they didn't have Tatum in any of them. So it was kind of hard to gauge on those teams where I wasn't really worried about Detroit. The one team I was really concerned about is New York. Like this team is built, the archetype of this team is to beat the Celtics. That's why they went out and got OG Anunoby. That's why they gave up a draft haul for Mikal Bridges. Even last year, that's why they went out and got a guy like Karl Anthony Towns to match like a Kristaps Porzingis. Like all of this was with competing with the Celtics in mind. Like that's how this roster was constructed. And we saw it work last year. And obviously that playoff experience matters. And I think just the emotion of going to New York for the Celtics, a team that you fell short to last year, obviously the Jason Tatum aspect of it, going back to MSG when they went back at the end of the regular season, he was talking about how nervous and anxious he was about that. So New York has always been the team that I've had circled. It's like, okay, if the Celtics get matched up with New York, which is on a collision course to happen, that's the one you have to circle. And I think, honestly, the winner of that would win the Eastern Conference.
See if the Knicks hold up their end of the bargain. They've had a battle with Atlanta to this point. Justin, great stuff as always. We appreciate your time. Enjoy Game 4 tonight, and we'll catch up with you again later in the playoffs.
Awesome, guys. Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Yep, Justin does
Thanks,
a great
Justin.
job covering the Celtics for WEEI in Boston. Follow him on X at Justin M. Turpin. That one of 4 games today in the NBA playoffs. Cleveland and Toronto underway already. Cavs up 12-10 with about 3.5 minutes left in the first quarter there. A chance to go up 3-1 in that series. A chance for the Spurs to go up 3-1 in Portland this afternoon. Celtics Sixers, as we mentioned, tip just after 7 Eastern. And then later tonight, a chance for the Lakers to sweep the Rockets right out of the playoffs, up 3-0 in Houston for Game 4 tonight. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. It is BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. In less than an hour, we'll ask if one of those teams that is down big in their series is dead. Dunsky. John Ledyard of Audibles and Analytics at the top of the hour to break down the NFL draft with us. But coming up next, we play FMK. I don't need to tell you what the F is, but it's a game where we tell you which drafts we really like, which drafts we love, and which drafts we would just throw out the window. That's coming up next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Can't screw up with some classic Fitty G-Unit. G-Unit! To bring us back here on BetMGM Game Day alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. With you here on Westwood One Sports. Funny story, PJ, before we get into FMK NFL Draft Edition. My mom loves to shop at discount stores like Burlington and Gabriel Brothers and stuff like that because she doesn't care about brand names or anything like that. And she went and bought a sweatshirt once, a hoodie, and she thought it just said Gun It across the front. And she didn't know what it meant. She's like, oh, Gun It brand hoodies. I don't know. And I was like, Mom, you're wearing a G-Unit hoodie. Do you realize that? She's like, oh, that's nice. What's that? I was like, 50 Cent, G-Unit. Do you have any idea what a... No. Okay, we'll just call it a Gun It hoodie then, Mom. Oh, you're muted, Peach. He's going to have to reload. We lost PJ's mic for just a second. So we didn't... We had no idea how to tell her that she had bought a G-Unit hoodie. So we just came out and told her. And, well, there you go. That's the end of my fun story, PJ.
There you go. Am I good now? We can hear me?
You're good. You're golden.
Okay, excellent.
All right.
I don't know. My mic didn't like the story, I guess, Chris, but I enjoyed it very much. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's nothing funnier to me, though, than an old woman running around in a G-Unit hoodie. Like, especially when she takes the bus to work and whatever. John Ledyard of Audibles and Analytics joins us at the top of the hour. He'll tell us what he thought of the NFL draft over the last 3 days as well. But we thought we would play a game. some of you may be degenerates like us and have played this game before. I'll call it FMK. The F stands for, well, F. The M, marry. The K, kill. And we're going to analyze which team's drafts we would F, marry, or kill. PJ, would you like to go first, or would you like me to lead this one off?
You can lead this one off. I did the other one with the top 5, so I'll give you the floor.
Okay, so I'm going to start, and let me explain. What's the difference? Like, you either like a draft or you don't like a draft. What's the difference between F and marry? And the F would be kind of a crazy schizophrenic draft that you really like some of the picks, and then some of them make you go, huh? What? You're nuts. Get the hell out of here. Marry would be, no, I absolutely love it. So that's the key delineation here as we play FMK NFL Draft Edition. The F for me, I'll be honest, Cleveland. Because they catch my eye, right? By possibly getting one of the best, some people would tell you the best offensive tackle in the draft with their first round pick, PJ. They get Spencer Fano from Utah. And then they get wide receivers at 24 and 39. Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M and Denzel Boston from Washington. And then another quality offensive lineman, Austin Barber out of Florida at 86. And I'm like, oh, I just spotted you from across the bar. I'm going to take you out on a date and see if I can't get lucky. And then after a date or two, I come home to a rabbit boiled in my kitchen, and I go, you're insane. You took Taylon Green in the 6th round, despite already having Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel on the roster. What are you doing, Cleveland Browns? So the Browns would be my F, PJ, because I think they're a little crazy.
I mean, you certainly could make that argument. The Browns, time will tell, obviously, with Cleveland. I like some of the moves they made at receiver, which I think were good. Like you said, the Fano move, I love the fact they traded back, got some extra capital. They got an offensive lineman, which is what they needed. I know it's scary. I'm going to give out some of my teams too. But the Browns, the Jets, like some of these other teams, I thought did a really good job, and the Browns were one of them. So did you want me to go, Chris, or did you want to go?
Yeah, why don't you give me your F for FMK NFL Draft Edition?
Cowboys are going to be my F. Dallas Jarrah, I thought he killed it. Round 1, especially the Caleb Downs pick. We talked about that earlier. That was my favorite pick of the draft. Mekhi Lawrence getting the pass rusher out of UCF, 23. I thought they did an excellent job there. And Dallas, the thing about the Cowboys, Chris, is throughout the years they normally do nail the number 1 picks for the most part. So Caleb Downs, I think all of us expect him to be pretty good. And Mekhi Lawrence, go look at their track record. Front 7 for the most part do pretty good. I expect him to be a good player. LT Overton, my guy at Bama, who they got in the 4th round. This was another guy, Chris, this time last year, people were projecting him 1st round. I think he's pretty good. Going to Dallas, I think, was great. And this was a team, Chris, how many times in the draft do we see teams that are great offensively and they don't spend enough draft capital on defense or vice versa? Dallas understood. 7 picks, 5 of them on defense. So I love what they did. So F Dallas Cowboys for me.
Okay. Now we get to the ones playing FMK NFL Draft Edition we would marry. We love these ones. They're fun, but they're also dependable. They're not too crazy. I got to roll with the Giants. I'll be honest. I love the Giants draft. I am down on one knee asking the Giants draft to marry me because I thought they landed at least 3, which is usually your guideline, at least 3, if not maybe 4 or even 5 starters in this draft. Arvell Reese, absolutely love. He's going to be immediate impact on a defense that needs immediate impact. I mentioned Francis Mauigoa earlier. I ranked him as my second favorite pick of the entire draft. That's what you need. That offensive line needed lots of work, and that's an anchor in place to help Jackson Dart protect him for the next decade, hopefully. Colton Hood out of Tennessee, the corner they got with the 37th overall pick. I love that one as well. That in this defense should be an immediate starter. You get Malachi Fields, who I also ranked in my top 5 of my favorite individual picks. Love how he will work across from Malik Neighbors. I know Slayton's there, Mooney's there. Fields should be starter alongside Malik Neighbors. And then final pick of the draft for the Giants with the 12th pick of the 6th round. They get Jack Kelly, the linebacker out of BYU, who is just nasty. I absolutely love the mentality, the way he plays. You put him in the middle of the field, and Jack Kelly, I think, is going to be the kind of guy. When you stack up, he's going to get to learn from Tremaine Edmonds, and then you stack up Reese, Kelly, and Abdul Carter. That's a hell of a linebacking core, PJ. So I would marry, if we're playing FMK NFL Draft Edition, I would marry the Giants.
Look, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said. John Harbaugh's certainly been in a lot of war rooms with the Ravens, and he knows all about best available and letting the ball board fall to you and sticking to your guns. And they got Arvell Reese, that a lot of people felt like might have been the best player in this draft. And they got Mauioa out of Miami, which was a great pick. So I thought early on, Chris, we talked about it last week, 2 top 10 picks. They had to get those right. I think they did. And then some of the other picks along the way. So I'm with you. I'll go with the other New York team as the team that I want to marry. Ooh. I think Zach Kroll's New York Jets, baby. They absolutely killed it in the draft, especially in the first round. I would have gone with Bailey personally over Reese. I think Bailey's the more sure thing. I think he's the better pure pass rusher. I like that pick. Kenyon Sadiq at 16, Chris, was one of those picks that when the Jets were making it, and you're like, you know, they probably should go after Mekhi Lemon, like get a playmaker. Sadiq wasn't even in my thought process, but when they made it, it was one of those, like, I love those picks. Thought that was really good. And then they went and got Omar Cooper and Pons out of Indiana, I talked about earlier, that I absolutely love. So shout out to the Jets, man. Like, drafting really hasn't been that much of an issue for them in recent years, especially some of the guys at the top. It's obviously been coaching, development, and then the quarterback position that they haven't gotten right. But I thought they did a good job again, and I want to marry the Jets draft.
I like it. Take them home. Let them meet the parents.
Absolutely.
Good job, Jets. Last one for FMK NFL Draft Edition, the draft I would kill. I know they only had 5 picks. I know their philosophy usually lends itself to using those picks a little differently. But I don't know if they got an immediate impact guy with any of those 5 picks. And maybe that's a testament to the level of talent they already have on their roster. But I'm sorry, the Rams. It's highlighted by drafting Ty Simpson 13th overall. I like CJ Daniels, who they got in the 6th. But I'm uninspired wholly by the rest of the Rams draft. That's the one I would kill, PJ.
For me, it's going to be Boy Wonder, James Gladstone, and the Jags. I just thought that their draft, Chris, I thought they reached for way too many prospects. They gave away their first rounder for the Travis Hunter deal last year, round 2. They got a tight end. I thought they should have addressed pass rusher more quickly. Just felt like he was trying to go for a lot more home runs rather than just taking singles best available. So I'll go kill the Jacksonville Jaguars. Did not like their draft.
So there it is, our first edition of BetMGM Game Day, FMK, and NFL Draft Edition. As we're breaking it all down today, everything we saw over the last 3 days. Let's dice through some data as we look at the draft and get a little more analytic about things. John Ledyard of Audibles and Analytics Substack will join us to do just that as we break down the NFL Draft alongside PJ Glasser. I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. keep us up to. Oh no, he's there.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
So we've given you plenty of perspectives, PJ and I, on what we thought of the 3 days of the NFL draft, our power rankings of the favorite picks. We played FMK on which teams' drafts we would, marry and kill. We've even told you our thoughts on the quarterback class and who gets to be the first starter in that class. Why not get, rather than all these thoughts from PJ and I, why not get somebody who really knows the game very well and will dice up some data for us? He crushes tape like it's going out of style. He's got all the angles on all of it. Here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports, let's bring in the great John Ledyard of Audibles and Analytics to talk about the draft. John, thanks for making the time this afternoon, man. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. I want to start with this because we've looked at it from a couple different angles, from the angles of teams who had good drafts in whole, from the angle of good fits, great value. Just your one big 50,000-foot takeaway from this year's draft, whether it be about systems that have changed or ways teams went about drafting. What jumped out to you after the last 3 days?
All right, this is going to be really football nerdy. I apologize for fans, but I think just the value of these tight ends. Teams are just realizing more and more, watching the Rams' success, watching Seattle's success last year, that you got to have 3 of these guys, maybe, and then what they bring to your offense too. It isn't about, obviously, if you have an elite guy, that's awesome, but it isn't about just having an elite guy and everything that they do, but it's about having guys that can function with your run game. So everything that's on the menu for your run game, because of the tight end, is so vast. And then everything you can do off play action because of the tight end is so vast. So it's just you saw a lot of these guys go above where they were kind of on consensus board and where a lot of our rankings, because it's just super valuable to teams. It's not going to happen in the first round, but in the second round, third round, yeah, teams are trying to get these tight ends that say they can play on the field in any situation. They may not be amazing in any situation. They can block. They can move. There's so much movement blocking. They can pull. We can hit them in the screen game. We can do shovel stuff with them. They can go down the field. Can they do everything at an adequate level? And you're seeing like guy like, Nate Borkircher, who's 25 years old with like 38 career receptions, go in the end of the second round. It's just a valuable thing to these teams.
John, what does the day after the draft always look like for you? Are you recapping your mocks? Are you going team by team and giving out grades? Are you already looking ahead to 2027? Like, when you get to this day and it's finally over, the rush of the last 3 days, what does it usually look like for you?
Just sleep. Just kidding. Sleep is part of it. So sleep is there will be a catch up process of sleep. Honestly, I've always thought it's a little bit funny that the draft ends and we kind of just move on. A lot of people just move on because to me, this is actually, you could reevaluate everyone again, honestly, if you wanted to, and maybe not that much would change, but there are players that I feel way differently about based on their landing spot. I really like Kenyon Sadiq. I have huge questions about how that's going to look with Frank Reich with the Jets as being a first round pick. I think that could not go as well as I thought it was. I didn't like Keldrick Falk that much as a prospect, but he goes to the Titans and Robert Saleh at the end of the first round. He's going to play heavy end on early downs. He's going to play inside, I think, for Saleh, similar to more of what Armstead did. They said they think he's already added weight and he's going to continue to add weight. Could he get up? Armstead was like 16 pounds heavier than them. So now I'm a little bit more intrigued by Keldrick Falk in that landing spot than it would have been some other spots. So the best way to do it is to continue to analyze things. I think fans' interests, they zero in on their team. So if you're writing for a specific audience, I write for a lot of Steelers and Bucks fans because I've been on both of those beats. For me, it's about getting into the tape with those players that they drafted, analyzing, making sure I have film cuts on them, and then posting them to my site so fans can check out and get a good feel for the strengths, weaknesses, potential early impact, long-term implications of the player that the team just added.
Well, let's talk about the Bucks then for just a second, because PJ and I each power ranked our 5 favorite picks of the draft earlier, and he had Reuben Bain Jr. in there after his little bit of a slide there, and Tampa jumped all over him. What do you think of Tampa's draft as a whole, and Bain specifically, where they got him?
Per usual for Tampa in the conversation for the best drafts. Jason Light and his front office are incredible. And if Tampa were a better market or bigger market, I would say, that would get more national exposure. He's been light years beyond Brandon Beane and light years beyond Veach in Kansas City for a long time now, especially when it comes to the draft, and doesn't get talked about as much as those guys because those guys have, more pedigree and have been around bigger fan bases, bigger franchises, franchises with best quarterbacks in the league. And so they get a lot of credit. But if you look at what he's been able to do around the margins for a team, year after year, it's just pretty exceptional stuff. This draft was no exception to that. I mean, Reuben Bain, obviously that one's a little bit lucky. Everybody knew the Bucs were going to go edge rusher if they could in the first round. If there was a player of that caliber when they were on the clock, there was a lot. They really wanted to trade back. And I think they were going to trade back and try to get Akeem Messidor. They wanted to stay in front of the Chargers, which was smart. That's where he ended up going. But their idea was trade back with Pittsburgh or with Dallas and try and see if we can move into that range of the draft. And that all went up in smoke because Bain fell to them, and Bain was like the number one player. If they could get him, they just didn't think in a million years he would be there. So that may be a little bit lucky, but Josiah Trotter, Jacob Rodriguez is a player they really liked. I think there was a lot of players they really liked in that range of the draft that they would have considered, and they had them all really tightly grouped together on their board. And so they were able to come out with one of those players in Josiah Trotter, which I thought was huge. Then to be able to move back to get Ted Hurst in the third round, Ted Hurst's ceiling is sky high, guys. I mean, he is just so explosive. He's so, as a deep vertical threat and a field stretcher, which is what they need, he can do a lot of really good things for him. So I love that piece. They got to develop him still. He's still rough around the edges, but that's exactly what their wide receiver room can stand to handle. And so they add a 5th round pick. They come around and later in the day 3 of the draft, Keontae Scott, one of the best values on the entire board, a perfect fit with Todd Bowles. They added like unbelievable blitzers, not only Bain, but Trotter and Scott are both incredible blitzers too for their position. So the pressure game is going to pick up. DeMonte Capehart in the 5th round, run stuffer. Maybe there's some upside there. How did a guy that's this athletic of a freak never do anything as a pass rusher at Clemson? They just didn't develop a lot of guys at Clemson. So you come back and just throughout the whole draft, just good players. I think Bauer Sharp has upside, the tight end. I think that Billy Schrouth, the guard that they added from Notre Dame, it could at least be like a depth piece on the interior offensive line and that range, somebody that can play and that the floor is high enough with. I think so. So, just maybe 3 starters added, maybe 3 key reserves. I mean, it's a great draft.
What was the biggest surprise for you, John, in that first round? Because we had a lot of them. It started with Jeremiah Love at pick 3, and then Carnell Tate at pick 4 to Tennessee, which not a lot of people had. Simpson goes to the Rams. Or maybe was it a guy that dropped? Was it Caleb Downs going to 11, or was it Bain going to 15? Like going back to round 1, what was the pick, whether it was a guy falling or somebody going early that maybe you thought for you was the biggest surprise?
All the ones you mentioned are great shouts. I mean, all that stuff was to some degree surprising. I'll go with one you didn't mention just in case your listeners haven't heard it yet, but Caleb Banks going to the Vikings at 18 was really surprising, but not a pick that I feel negatively about yet. It's just a big risk. Caleb Banks, when he's healthy, I think if he had been healthy all season, we would be talking about a top 10 pick. I really believe that. The process he was kind of undergoing through of developing into a rusher, a gap penetrator, like all really valuable stuff to the league. And then he's an athletic freak and he's huge. There was going to be a lot more common Chris Jones comps, but he played one game, it was hurt, played one game, had surgery, missed a bunch of games, came back for the end of the season. Nobody's paying attention. Florida's season's basically already over. He's not 100%. Then he runs to the combine, gets hurt again. And so it's just like, okay, is this guy like what? There's just no buzz, no build up throughout the draft process with him because he was just off people's minds. But if you go back to the 2024 tape and the little bit he played in 2025, he was awesome. Like he looked like the kind of player that's a difference maker in the league, and he's going to be in a system in the league that's going to allow him to play forward more. Whereas in Florida, he's in a lot of square stance stuff, and he's like not really firing upfield off the ball. He's more holding a gap, stacking and shedding. It's not as explosive stuff. It's not showing off the playmaking as much as it will in the league unless he got in long and late down distances. So I think his upside is tremendous. This could be a home run pick. Everybody's really critical of it right now because there's also all this history of foot injuries with Caleb Banks and what if he doesn't play? And it is a huge risk. And I think specifically it's a huge risk for Minnesota because they need wins in the draft really bad. Remember, this is one of the worst drafting teams when Kwesi was there as their general manager. And now they don't have technically a general manager. Rob Brzezinski is kind of running things from the draft standpoint. Maybe he'll get the job eventually. But it's just a big risk for a team that has just not had a lot of wins in the draft. They could just, chalk up an easy one, and they don't there. They said go for a huge swing, and if it pays off, it's going to be brilliant. It's going to be exactly what they need. It's going to be great with Brian Flores. But if it doesn't, it's going to look like a terrible pick in a while. So just kind of a shocker, not only that Banks went in the first round, but also that the Vikings, a team that probably I would have thought would have been avoiding some risk, was the team that did it.
John Ledyard with us on BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Chris Mack and PJ Glasser with you. Check out the Audibles and Analytics Substack John has. I mean, more information than you could possibly process leading up to the draft, and I'm sure a ton more in evaluation. I'm dead serious about that, John. Like, I couldn't keep up with all the info, and I mean that in the best way possible. It was awesome going into the draft. What was the move that made you scratch your head the most and go, wait, what are we doing here, guys? Or maybe just a team's draft that made you scratch your head in general?
The Jaguars are a popular pick right now, I think. And I understand that. I think they got decent players. I would say the value of where they got some of those players, not necessarily the best in my opinion. So that would be one to pick at. Let's talk about the Bills just for a second. I have been at odds with Brandon Beane and his draft strategies for some time, specifically on the defensive line and the defensive front. Not so much Ed Oliver, but a lot of the other picks that he's spent on this roster over the years, a lot of the moves he's decided to make. They go out this offseason, they get Jim Leonard to be their defensive coordinator. Jim Leonard coming from Denver. Denver, a lot of twitch off the ball, explosiveness, one gap, let's get after people. They got Zach Allen, they got Jonathan Cooper, they got Nick Benito. If you check next-gen stats, every single year, those guys are like the top get-offs in the league, right? It's all about upfield twitch, burst, explosiveness, throw panic into an offensive front. Somebody will reap the benefits in the end. We don't care who. That's what the whole front's about. He comes from that system. That's always what people have thought Jim Leonard wanted to be about as a defense coordinator. They've gone into this offseason and just continued to add the opposite types of players. They've continued to add the exact players to their defensive front that they did before, where they were too slow off the ball. They get in the playoffs, not threatening enough. Nobody worried about them up front at all. Quarterbacks were comfortable. They end up losing in the playoffs. That was the same story over and over again. Even when the AFC was like three good teams going into the playoffs, they would come in the same part of the season ever, and the story would be the same defensively. So to add, in my opinion, TJ Parker, who I think just isn't an explosive player. I just have been on this, I thought he shouldn't be a first-round pick. I had him much lower down my board. Everybody's going to talk about 2024 being better, but the reality is the same player. If you put on the tape, he just happened to luck into a few more sacks. He piled up statistics against the worst offensive lines that they faced last season, but he himself as an individual doesn't beat people 1v1. He's very slow off the ball. So where's the explosiveness? Schematically, what are you doing with your front that's really threatening people? So I had big questions about that. Davison Igbinosun is talented, started a long time at Ohio State, and it feels a little bit like a helmet scout to me to take Davison Igbinosun that high. This guy has massive penalty issues, technically did not come along. I do think he's up for the fight. I think he's a good athlete. I think he's a competitor. I really hope that he works out because I've been intrigued by him for years. But I think there's just a lot of flaws for guys that play that much football. You would love for him to be a little more of a blank canvas and not have all this bad tape, bad habits in there. So those are your first two picks, and Josh Allen's your quarterback. You're supposed to be getting this roster over the hump. In addition to the offseason moves that they've made, I just haven't been a big fan of how they've allocated resources. Now, they honestly weren't a very good roster going into this process, other than Josh Allen and the offensive line. So I don't think they've gotten worse necessarily. But if they benefit from all this, it's either because I was completely wrong or because the rest of the AFC just wasn't up for the fight this year and they were just that much better. And Josh Allen's just that unbelievable, which has saved Brandon Beane for a while. But some of the stuff they did on day 3 was okay, but overall, they just continue to go into the draft and with their first 3 picks, just not do enough to help the team outside of what they built on the offensive line.
John, when we get to this point and the draft is ended and we've seen, free agency and all these kinds of things, we start to get popular teams of the offseason. Right now, it feels like the general consensus, everybody's buying in on the Cowboys, right? With the Caleb Downs pick and that offense, that feels like the team. Who is the team for you now that the draft is completed that you think maybe takes that jump, whether it's make the playoffs, win the division, maybe they're this year's New England or Seattle at crazy prices to make a deep run? With a lot of people choosing the Cowboys, who is your team that you like after the draft?
It's a good question. I probably need to take some time to stew on it to give you the best possible answer because I'd like to look at lots of different parts of that process. I would say that the Chargers are just an interesting group because they really fell off because the tackles got hurt. And so and the AFC West is obviously competitive, but if you would say the Raiders aren't ready to make that leap, right? The Chiefs, what's it going to look like with Mahomes coming back? Bo Nix is coming back from an injury. And I think John Payton even admitted this at the Combine. The way we won a ton of games last year, he said, I'm not naive enough to think we win those games in another year if we're in those situations. We could have lost a lot more games than we won. I just think there's a lot of instability there for the first time in a while. And, the Chargers are never the bastion of stability, but from a coaching, leadership, vision standpoint, they are. Now, will they ever have luck with health? I don't know, but I think they feel like they got better at the center position, which, what is the bars on the floor there, but they got better at the center position with Tyler Biotish, being able to add him. They draft Jake Slaughter, so they've got a little bit of depth there. Maybe he plays guard for them. Still not great at the guard spots, I don't think. I think there's still issues there. They get both their tackles back. You hope those guys are healthy, but I think if you can get those guys back, that's huge. I love adding Travis Burke in the 4th round to be a backup swing tackle for them probably. They just need better depth at that position. If Joe Alt's been banged up a good bit, even as a young player, and now Slater's coming off a patella, that's a serious injury. So you need to have some level of insurance there, I think. And Alt can play both sides now. Burke, hopefully can get to the point he can play both sides. I like adding Brennan Thompson too, a speedy guy. Maybe I would have chosen Bryce Lance there, but speedy guy I think can stretch the field, give them some vertical sizzle. They need that. They're kind of a slot receiver group, I would say, in a lot of ways, and so they need somebody like that, I think, in their system. They know who they want to be from an identity perspective. I think that helps. So there's some things I think that offensively you can see, okay, let's all just stay healthy. We got Mike McDaniel. Like, we should be able to take another step forward. Greg Roman's a good floor coach, but not a great ceiling coach. You could see a path where all of it comes together for the Chargers finally. And I know we've gone broke saying this about the Chargers for as long as I can remember. But even if you look at what they added then defensively in this draft too, Nick Barrett, Akeem Messidor, I really like both of those players. They can play right away. Barrett will help them stop the run, fits in perfectly, gives them a little Puna Ford-ish. And Akeem Messidor will, if he doesn't start, he'll play a major role for them off the edge right away. They do not have a lot of pass rush juice. There's a huge need for them. You could argue his 2025 tape was as good as Bain, as Bailey, as anybody. So, yeah, I just think they did a lot of good things in the draft. I think it was kind of going under the radar, but their offseason's pretty solid. McDaniel could be a huge additive hire just in the offensive coordinator role, maybe more built for that. So they're a team that I think did a lot of right things in the offseason. They're cursed, as we all know. So, it could just look like the same thing again this year. But I think they've at least positioned themselves well on paper to take a step.
John, you covered the entire game, but you mentioned earlier you're closest to the Bucs and the Steelers, as you've covered both of those teams specifically. We talked about the Bucs earlier. I got to ask you about the Steelers too. Some reaches on day 3, Drew Aller in the 3rd round. Of course, the whole Mekhi Lemon thing on Thursday night. How'd you look at their draft in general and the Aller pick early in the 3rd round?
I don't think any team drafts off vibes as much as the Steelers do. They want to win the PR battle. They're obsessed with it. And so they lost it decisively in round 1, which was honestly encouraging because Maxi Onature was not frequently mocked to them, I don't think. And maybe toward the very end of the process he was. He is a player that they would have known fan reaction to in Pittsburgh. And I was like, they tried to take Mekhi Lemon. Obviously, we all know that. So I don't think it was their first choice. They kind of fell into this one, but it was the right call. Maxi Onature is a great prospect. He was my number 1 offensive tackle prospect in the class. I think just developmental upside is outstanding with him. And I just think everybody agrees on that part, that the upside with Onature is maybe the best in the class. What I think I disagree with other people on is that he's further away than other guys in the class. Spencer Fano has tons of issues. They both played Texas Tech. Fano got lit up way more than Onature did in that matchup. So I just think that is sort of like he's new to football. We must need to say this because he only played football for about 5 years. This just makes sense. We have to say this. But if you watch tape, I just don't think he is that much further away. He is not ready to be an all-pro right away or anything like that. But nobody in this class was a Joe Alt. Nobody in this class at tackle was an automatic thing. They all need development. So I just want the guy with the highest upside and the best chance of getting there. And I want the guy that I think his issues are more fixable than other people. So I don't think they intended to take Maxi Onature. I think they wanted Monroe Freeling. I think they wanted Mekhi Lemon. I think that those guys went off the board right in front of them, and they took the next guy who I think they had grouped very similarly. So I think they were thrilled about Onature. I don't mean to say that they aren't, but I think that's it worked out very well for them. The rest of the draft, I just honestly didn't care for too much. Some of the day 3 picks, the 7th round picks were fine. They're good picks for that range, but we're talking about 7th rounders. This is a draft that really needed to move the needle for Pittsburgh. They need to get younger. They need to start thinking about the future. They haven't really done that this offseason. They continue to try and maximize this immediate season, and it just shows an incredible lack of vision, an incredible lack of team building sense, an incredible lack of understanding of where the rest of the league is at. They don't use analytics. They don't utilize any forward-thinking stuff. You look at some of the teams that are and the advantages they've created for themselves because they do that stuff. I mean, read some articles about the Rams draft process. And I know this draft doesn't seem amazing for them, but they've literally built championship teams through the draft for years because of their process is so good. Seattle, just all process oriented, but they just don't pay attention to those things. They think the Pittsburgh way is the way. And you chase, Drew Aller, hometown kid quarterback, like this is Penn State guy, local guy, narrative. Jennings Dunker, mullet, like everybody loves Jennings Dunker. You can't criticize this pick. Like he plays for Iowa and they're up for the Joe Moore Award all the time and he has a mullet. Well, he can't pass protect. He comes from a system that barely ever asked him to pass protect. And when they did, because they had to throw late in games, he got absolutely torn apart. So I think there's just major issues. Aller just, it looks good. A big guy. Like I understand you think he's going to look good on the hoof and McCarthy can surely develop him. It's that bravado and arrogance of the organization I think it's just plagued them and their strategies for a long time. I mean, it's hard to watch Dalen Everett play against the guys he faces and think he's ready for the fight in the NFL. Like he just has no technical idea what he's doing necessarily. And so I think they're just really far away. And then, prioritizing specialists and fullbacks who I think, not even bad at what they do, but the limited role in which they'll serve a team. It was as if they think that their roster is ready to win a Super Bowl. And that's how they feel about their team every year, but they're just wrong. They've been wrong for a while, and I think they're going to continue to be wrong.
John, great stuff as always, man. Really appreciate your time today, and we'll keep checking audibles and analytics. Great information there for anybody that wants to stay up to date on how everything went down and go back, read some of the profiles of the players that John wrote up. Thanks again for the time.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, John.
Totally. I mentioned it, PJ. The amount of information that John wrote up on some of these prospects coming into the draft was like, forget any casual reading. If you want to catch up on the players that your team drafted this year, if you got a summer vacation plan, subscribe to Audibles and Analytics and just spend your entire week laying on the beach reading about the guys your team took.
I love it. I love it, man. John eats, sleeps, and breathes football. You can just tell by listening to that guy. He knows it all. He knows all the players. Chris, I could talk to him for 4 hours, just picking his brain about all the teams and all the prospects. It's awesome.
The Bruins may be in trouble. Game 4 underway in Boston, and Buffalo is out to an early 1-0 lead. The first of 4 Stanley Cup playoff games today. With BetMGM's hat trick jackpot, you have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy nets the Hattie 3 or more goals during that game, you'll win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. As for the NBA playoffs, which are also underway for the day, what about the Nuggets and what happened to them last night? Are they dead? Are they done? Can they come back against Minnesota without Anthony Edwards and without Dante DiVincenzo? Are they still alive, or are they cooked with Jokic shooting the way he has? That's next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports.
It's Dave McMenamin of ESPN, Lakers reporter.
And then Thompson was asked about an hour ago how KD is feeling, and he said, to be honest with you, I don't know. But whether that means KD's been doing all of his rehab away from the team, or the team hasn't really necessarily been checking in on him, that's another dynamic to look for as we head towards tip-off.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Dave McMenamin of ESPN reporting live from the Rockets gym. Sounded like there was a little bit of a shoot around going on this morning ahead of Game 4 against the Lakers tonight. That's interesting. KD kind of throwing up the deuces with them on the brink of being swept by LA, maybe. We'll get into that in just a minute here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Always inside your Westwood One Sports app and live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375. We get back into the draft in less than 20 minutes, looking at some of the more head-scratching moves of the last 3 days and teams whose drafts maybe we weren't a huge fan of, including one team who, I don't know, they should be having quality drafts, even if they're not always drafting high. They even drafted high this year. They even traded up in the first round. But I still wonder if they have any idea what they're doing. We'll get into that, like I said, in less than 20 minutes. Nick Ashew at the top of the hour from here on the BetMGM network to talk about his look at the NFL draft, including maybe some Commander-specific thoughts as Nick is in D.C. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack. Before we get into the Rockets and whatever's going on with Kevin Durant, PJ, let's start with the Nuggets. The first thought I had last night, and look, Jaden Daniels probably shouldn't score that bucket with a second left, right? Dribble the ball out, let the game end, and, take your 3-1 lead, get to the plane, go to Denver, get ready to close this thing out if you get an opportunity to in Game 5. But he doesn't. He scores the bucket. Jokic takes issue with it, runs down the floor to confront him about it. And all it told me, tell me if you think I'm wrong, PJ, is that Nikola Jokic, who has shot horrendously in the last 3 games of this series, has the T-Wolves and maybe Daniels specifically in his head. Daniels, of course, was the one who spoke after Game 2 and said, well, nobody over there can play defense anyway. This has become a great rivalry, really, over the last 4 or 5 years in the West. And for a team as veteran-laden, especially with Jokic at the head of that leadership group in Denver, for a team with as much experience as the Nuggets have, to seemingly look like they are being played with by the T-Wolves. Like, mind games are being played, and the T-Wolves are winning them, and Minnesota loses Edwards and DiVincenzo in the first half and still wins, and wins comfortably. I'm starting to wonder if Nikola Jokic is just coming unraveled at this point.
Certainly could be. It's weird to see him struggle like this for so many games. Usually if Jokic has a bad game, he bounces right back. It's weird, man. And Gobert's getting so much credit, and rightfully so, for what he's been able to do. And I think that's, Jokic struggling, the Nuggets struggling, losing that game, especially last night, Chris. The frustration just boiled over with the McDaniels layup. And I bet the Nuggets to win the game last night. What's funny is when Anthony Edwards got hurt, I was in fear for my bet because I just knew it was like, oh, DiVincenzo's out, Edwards is out. Like, the Nuggets have no excuse for losing this game, and watch. Like, Minnesota will just go nuts and find a way to win. And Ayo Dosunmu just drops 43 on my head, and the Timberwolves decide to win. The Nuggets, I think, big picture, are a very interesting team. We've talked about Giannis for nauseum the last 3-4 years, wanting out of Milwaukee. Are they going to find a trade suitor? At what point does maybe Jokic start to test the waters a little bit, Chris? I mean, they won their championship. Kind of feels like this window's closing. The front office has not been able to maximize it, and they just keep screwing up. I mean, Tim Connolly was the architect of this thing. They were too cheap to pay him. He goes off to Minnesota, and he builds them a new contender. And then, obviously Michael Malone, it doesn't work out. Rick Adelman as the coach just hasn't really translated. So even though necessarily the talent on the court might still be there, it just feels like the stuff behind the scenes with Denver hasn't been great. And I'm starting to wonder they lose this series, especially if Edwards doesn't play. Edwards isn't going to play the rest of the way. DiVincenzo is out for the season. The Nuggets absolutely can come back and win this series. They're a 10.5-point favorite in Game 5. They're going to be probably a 4.5, 5.5 point favorite for Game 6. And then they're probably going to be like a 9.5, 10-point favorite in Game 7. So they're going to be big favorites in these games the rest of the way. Don't think anybody would be shocked if they came back and won the series. But yeah, Chris, I think big picture, with the Nuggets, gotta wonder, they lose this series. I think that those guys will all be back next year, but for the foreseeable future, you do wonder if Jokic maybe starts to look elsewhere.
Yeah, and this is a team that's, and rightfully so, built for now, right? This isn't a team that has thought at all over the last half decade about the future. And you're right, they have the talent. It's something to watch it not come together in these spots, to the extent that as much as they've put talent in place around Jokic, it very much feels like it's Jokic in a prayer. It's not to take anything away from Jamal Murray or anybody else on this roster who can take over a game if they need them to. But if those guys aren't on and Jokic is cold, I guess you could say the same thing about a lot of teams. If their top 2 or 3 shooters go cold, they're screwed. But this is more than just going cold. This is Jokic now 35 missed shots over the last 3 games in total. And I get what you're saying about management and coaching and how they've built it and organizationally what they've done. But they've done everything I think they can to try and build a championship team. I think this kind of just comes back around to Jokic laying an egg. And that's what I mean when, look, a lot of people would have reacted to the Daniels layup that way. Not just Jokic. A lot of different teams would have reacted that way. But to me, it just exemplified how Jokic is just not in the right headspace. And I wonder if he can get back there. This is not to say that if Game 5 he comes out and looks like peak Nikola Jokic and drops 35 and a triple-double and all the things he's capable of, that the Nuggets aren't right back in this series. And like you said, it wouldn't shock anybody. It would be mildly surprising, but it wouldn't shock anybody if the Nuggets came back and won it. I just wonder if Jokic right now, in the mental state he seems to be, is capable of doing that.
I think that's totally fair. And it's a good point, man. This Nuggets offense is so prolific, and they won 12 straight games going into the playoffs with the best offense in the NBA. The defense was going to be the big question mark. We talked with Justin Turpin earlier in the show about how the Knicks have built their team to beat the Celtics, and Minnesota has done the same with Denver. They have built their team to beat Denver because at the time when Minnesota was trying to build a championship roster, that was the team that you had to go through. Now, as the NBA progresses the next couple of years, we're going to see teams try and build their rosters to beat OKC and San Antonio in the West, to beat Boston in the East, New York, right? All these kinds of teams. So it's what it's all about. And I just think, Jokic and the Nuggets know it's unfortunate for them, but that's just Minnesota's a bad matchup for them. You have to wonder if they got the Lakers in the first round, if they got the Rockets in the first round, if they would have gotten Portland in the first round, probably would have won all these series. And again, they can still win because of the injuries that Minnesota has, but it's just a team, Chris, that is a bad matchup for them. And I thought the greatness of Jokic, the way that Denver was playing going into the postseason, could counteract all that. But again, man, we're reminded so much this time of year. It really is all about matchups, especially in basketball. It's just so important. And this matchup just is not a good one for Denver because Minnesota, their roster is built to beat them.
I want to go back to the audio we heard, the clip from Dave McMenamin of ESPN to start the segment. Are you at all shocked, because I'm not in the least, that fellow teammates like Amin Thompson are walking around saying, I don't really know what's up with KD. This doesn't shock me in the least that down 3-0, all of a sudden we're left wondering if Kevin Durant is willing to put himself out there to try and get the Rockets back into this series tonight.
I mean, as great as a player as Kevin Durant is, an all-timer and an all-time great scorer, you have to wonder like how much of his legacy is going to be kind of how his last 5-6 years have been in the NBA, just going from Brooklyn to Phoenix and Houston and jumping around to all these different spots after Golden State. And he just leaves it way worse than, he leaves it way worse than when he got there. And it feels like we're headed down that track again with Houston. Yeah, it's a mess. It's not a good look. It was shocking that he didn't play in game 1. Then he comes back for game 2. Then he doesn't play again for game 3. I wouldn't expect to see him again tonight or probably the rest of the series. I wonder, Chris, if they lose tonight, if the Rockets get swept against the Lakers, do you think it is the last game Ime Udoka has coached for the Rockets?
Yeah, I think he'll probably take the bullet for this one, especially if they go out in a sweep. I think Durant has to be looked at, though, as, like you said, it's not just this year. It's now a career built on this was supposed to be the guy to lead teams to championships. And Kevin Durant, like you said, as great as he's been, he is a Hall of Famer. He is an all-time great. We're not disputing any of that. But he's never been that guy to grab a team by the scruff of its neck and drag it to a championship. He won his rings in Golden State as a part of that behemoth and, goes to Brooklyn, it's a mess. Forces his way out, goes to Phoenix, it's a mess. Forces his way out, gets to Houston, and now here we are in the first round, and it's a mess again. And you could take everything he did early in his career in Oklahoma City. He was the leader of that group, and they never got to where they should have gotten with the talent that they had on the roster. So in the end, it's going to be, man, he's an all-time great, but he was never the dude to be the main reason that a team went and won a title.
Our board op in Chicago, Grant, is joking about, sending Kevin Durant to DC, but honestly, he might be up to something with a trade packaged around Durant and Anthony Davis because AD doesn't want to be in DC, but I think he would play in Houston, and I think Houston would welcome him and could be that piece that they were hoping Durant would be, especially if he's healthy. We know that's the big if. And then Durant, again, loves to team hop. He loves to come to a team when he feels like they're good enough to compete. I mean, if the Wizards get Debanza and then you have Trae Young there, I don't think it's actually that crazy, especially when he grew up in the area to finish his career here and maybe try to help them build a winner. So I don't hate the thought, and I don't think it's crazy to do a trade centered around AD and Kevin Durant, especially if they get swept tonight.
Yeah, that's not – if they get swept tonight, I will honestly – the first thing we will look for are KD next team odds. Tomorrow morning. That's exactly what we'll be looking for. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack on BetMGM Game Day. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Coming up next, there's a team that is an annual contender, and they should be again this year, I think, but they're getting older, and I don't know if they know what they're doing in the draft, including trading up in the first round. We'll talk about who that is and some other head-scratching moves made during the last 3 days at the NFL Draft next, here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
I just don't know if one team in particular knows what they want to do anymore. And I don't know. They should have a path in front of them. They're not totally aging out. I'll tell you exactly who I'm talking about and what we saw from them in the last 3 days at the NFL Draft in just a second here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser here on Westwood One Sports, live across North America on Sirius XM Channel 375, and you can always take us with you wherever you're going inside that Westwood One Sports app, as well as the Odyssey app, AUDACY. In the NBA, one game underway right now, Toronto and Cleveland. And the Cavs up 53-46 late third quarter, low-scoring game there in Toronto as the Cavs look to go up 3-1 in that series. When the games get bigger in the NBA, the crowds get louder, the excitement reaches a new level. You can be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off. 3 more games. Spurs, Blazers, Celtics, Sixers, Lakers, Rockets, all later today. BetMGM. Download the app today if you have not yet. I don't know what the Chiefs are doing, PJ. Am I wrong to have massive questions about what they did in this year's draft, especially early? Trading up to get Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU. It didn't feel like a move that they had to make at that point, but they made it anyway. I'm not totally sold on Peter Woods, the D lineman they took from Clemson, with their second pick on Thursday night. And then it's a bunch of dudes. Sorry, I'm not trying to knock on R. Mason Thomas or Jaden Kennedy or Emmett Johnson or Cyrus Allen, but I don't know. Maybe this is what happens when you're a Super Bowl contender annually. You don't have the same level of draft capital. Actually don't mind taking Garrett Nussmeier as a flyer late in the draft, somebody who can develop behind Patrick Mahomes over the next few years and see where it goes. But it didn't feel like they came in nor left with any sort of serious agenda at hand.
I mean, the biggest question with the Chiefs ever since they traded away Tyreek Hill and they've tried to find his replacement on the outside and all the legal stuff with Rashee Rice, and Kelsey aging. Can we get a playmaker in Kansas City? Yeah. Can we get that next weapon? Chris, they didn't address the offense till the 5th round. I mean, as you mentioned, it was Emmett Johnson, Cyrus Allen. I understand they paid Kenneth Walker the money in the offseason. Mahomes coming back from the injury. You would think Kansas City is going to be a run-first team. They're going to play a little bit differently. But I, like you, was a little bit confused on the thought process. They don't have much in the secondary, and, they traded away McDuffie to the Rams, so you had to address that, understood. But then again, with your other first-round pick or with your pick in round 2 to not go offense, I was a little bit confused by that. So I agree, man. I don't really understand what Kansas City's doing, to be honest with you. And it's starting to feel New England-ish, where we just kind of gave them the benefit of the doubt because they had one of the greatest coaches of all time in Belichick and they had Mahomes. But a lot of the moves that they made in the draft towards some of those tail years were head scratchers. Kind of feels like we're trending that way with Kansas City, where you have Reed, you have Mahomes, that's great. But I mean, you can still draft good players, and it just kind of feels like, the last few years with Kansas City in their draft, they leave you wondering what exactly was the thought process with some of the moves.
What were some of the other head scratchers for you the last 3 days?
Man, I mean, the Jeremiah Love pick is an interesting one. I know that's obviously been talked about a bunch. I don't hate it as much as other people. Arizona needs dudes. They need players. And I understand at 3, you could have gotten that on the defensive side of the ball, which makes a lot of sense. And they did sign Tyler Algier in the offseason as well. It just did feel like a little bit of a reach. I thought that was all smokescreen, Chris. I really did. Where, you start to get a couple days before, they see all the interest that Love is attracting with Tennessee at 4, maybe the Giants at 5, Washington at 7, and it's, we're going to take them. And if you guys want them, come and get them. I thought it was just that, to get a trade partner. For them to do it, I was just like, man, like, could have Arvell Reese.
I love
it.
I love the Jeremiah Love pick.
Do
No
ya?
pun intended. I love it.
Man.
I think this is exactly the dude you need to provide some balance in your offense if you're going to be rolling with, say, a Carson Beck or a Jacoby Brissett as your quarterback. And look, Beck may not end up being a capable NFL starter. We don't know. But the fact that they're not going to put the entire offense on him, and they finally got a lead dog. They finally got a workhorse. Nothing against James Conner, but he can never stay healthy enough. As good as he is in flashes, he's never great. So, again, no pun intended, I loved that pick. That was one that what really left me scratching my head was that after you saw Love and then Price go at the end of this first round, that the league continues to back away from running backs like they're nuclear waste.
Right. Obviously, time will tell, but he's a heck of a player, man.
I think it was the single most talented guy in the draft. But coming up, we'll ask Nick Ashew. He can mediate this debate for us. He'll tell us what he thought of the draft from a DC point of view.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Gameday on Westwood One Sports.
Breaking down the NFL draft from all angles. We've looked at it from a Pittsburgh angle, a Tampa angle, a Kansas City angle, the Rams. We've had lots of questions about things that went down and things that maybe should have gone down. We'll look at it from a DC angle. The Commanders, how did they do? In just a second with Nick Ashew of Westwood One Sports. And, of course, check him out on his Game Day Garage show, which is fantastic. I was a part of it Thursday night. I think they live streamed for approximately 9 hours. I don't know how they did it, but they did it. It was amazing. Alongside PJ Glasser, I'm Chris Mack here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we get back into that Ty Simpson discussion. Also, we'll dig for some sixth-round gems. Because every year, we all think that our team has that guy late in the draft who's going to be Tom Brady, Antonio Brown. Now, probably not. They're not going to be. I'm here to break your heart. They're not going to be. But we can dream, and we'll see if we can find some before we wrap up the show. But Nick Ashew joins us now. And, Nick, let's start with your Commanders in D.C. First of all, thanks for taking the time this afternoon. You've survived 3 days of the NFL draft. What did you think of what your Commanders did?
You know, I feel good given what they had, right? They only had 6 picks, no second, no fourth. That was the Laramie Tunsil trade with the Texans. So it's like I kept telling everybody, you know, I know we don't have a second-round pick, but let's remember this team really needed a left tackle. And that's what it comes down to is like we look at the draft in the moment when we're sitting there looking at the draft and, you know, you forget sometimes that there's also like draft picks have their value, but there's also the fact that sometimes you may want to get guys that can actually fill a role that you know they can actually play in the NFL. So the Laramie Tunsil thing and missing a second-round pick and a fourth-round pick, I'm fine with it. Look, overall for this team, one, I've been screaming on my DC show about Sonny Styles and begging and praying to the football gods that he fell to them. The fact that it started to materialize there, especially after the Giants, I thought he was gone, Giants. So the fact that the Giants didn't draft him made me go, oh, okay, we're in this spot now. Although I was worried that the Chiefs trading up was going to be that. Leo Chenal, somebody the Commanders signed, a linebacker, thought maybe that was going to be, you know, sort of his replacement. It worked out well. The Commanders, look, they got needs. And this is a team that won 12 games a couple of years ago. And they operated in this weird mode where it was, hey, we went to an NFC championship game and won 12 games. Hey, we also actually should be rebuilding. What do we do here? So they tried to basically drive on 2 roads at the same time, and GPS was freaking out and didn't know which route to take them on. And finally, this past season, rerouted them, and they went, oh, yeah, we're actually rebuilding. And now they've gone back to, you know, building this team the way that you should. It's not just one-year deals, but it's finding younger talent that you're hoping is going to exceed those expectations. So they filled in some of those gaps. They went out and addressed the defense in certain ways. You get to the draft, and you're thinking, okay, what are they going to do at 7? The biggest thing that we've been talking about in D.C. is they got options all around the board. It was, do they go running back? And, is Jeremiah Love going to fall to them at 7? Thank God they weren't tempted with that. As great as he could be, it's a luxury pick, and this team didn't have the luxury to make that pick. Was it going to be Carnell Tate? We'll scratch him off. He's not on the board. So as Sonny Styles started falling to them at 7, it made perfect sense. And that pick was in within like 2 seconds. By the way, the first round of the draft, I don't know if you guys saw this. In 2007, Roger Goodell's first year, it was over 6 hours. This first round, 2 hours and 53 minutes. So let's move through it. You've all done the research. Let's get these damn picks in. But they add a guy that can be a linebacker, drop back a little bit of safety at times. He's going to be the Bobby Wagner replacement for a defense that needs athleticism, that needs the versatility. Sonny Styles brings all of that to the table for the Commanders. Then you go with Antonio Williams, a wide receiver. A lot of people wanted a bigger wide receiver, and I noticed that just from the fan base alone. But in reality, they want somebody that's going to fit the Amon-Ra St. Brown role, because David Blau is the offensive coordinator now for the Commanders. And he was a backup quarterback in Ben Johnson's system in Detroit. And obviously Amon-Ra St. Brown, that kind of slot role and the speedy receiver. That's kind of what they're hoping Antonio Williams out of Clemson is going to be. Not the biggest receiver, but he's fast. He can stretch the defense. He can, beat guys on his route. So sometimes he's a little bit sloppy mid-route. Those are little details you can work on with a player. So they get a receiver. They get an edge rusher in the 5th round. They add, Katron Allen out of Penn State, the running back. They needed kind of that power back that they could add. So we kind of fit that role for them. They drafted a center later, even a backup quarterback that you're kind of looking at later going, okay, this might be the Marcus Mariota backup. They did what they could with it. And, look, we get to this point where we got grades, and this team had a B+ and a B and an A and all that, and we don't really know. Like, that's honestly what it is. You got to work with what you have on the board, the needs for what your team has. But in the end, it's now developing these players. So you can have all the hype in the world or all the excitement, or a guy could be a steal or fall to you, whatever. But if they don't develop into a player that actually contributes to your team, it really doesn't matter who you drafted.
Nick, I mean, they only had 6 points, so I know that 6 picks, so they didn't address as many needs as they wanted to. That defense is a work in progress. Sonny Styles is a good start. They didn't get anybody in the secondary, though. I know, a lot of fans were hoping for a corner, for a safety. Do you think they address those positions in free agency potentially? Are they just going to roll with the guys that they have and hope that the defensive line can get pressure? Like, how do you see addressing the back end of the defense?
This shows how bad, PJ, the defense actually is, where I looked at the secondary for the Commanders as probably one of their better position groups, and it wasn't great, but it's young. And Trey Amos was a rookie last year that dealt with some injuries, but has a lot of high upside there at corner. Mikey Sanders is somebody that they had him more in the slot. He needs to be more of an outside corner. They move him to the outside in this new defense with a new defensive coordinator. The hope is that he's going to be in a better position to succeed. So they have a couple of younger corners there. You sign a veteran, Robertson, coming over from Detroit, going to be more of a slot guy for you. They didn't address the secondary because they just didn't have enough picks, and they can only do so much in free agency. I thought Caleb Downs was maybe going to be one of the other picks they would consider at 7, but I think the versatility of Sonny Styles and the ability, not that they're going to line Sonny Styles up at safety, but you can kind of get some looks with his versatility where he can be in kind of a hybrid role at times for them. There might be a question. So this really comes down to, again, right, it's the player development that you have from a coaching staff. It's the hope that guys get better as the year progresses, or last year to this year progresses as well when it comes to the secondary. And there's also the chance that, obviously, because there is still a bit of a hole there with, safety or corner, that maybe somebody around camp is available, somebody that gets cut because it's a numbers game for another team. They come in, they find an undrafted free agent. There's a lot of other options there. But the reality is here, guys, this Commanders defense was so bad, guys weren't tackling. It's the basic function of a defense, and you had guys that couldn't even tackle. So they had need after need after need on this defense. And you get to a point where it's like, well, we spent as much money as we can. We've gotten as many free agents in as we can. Didn't have enough draft picks for it. So they're like, this Commanders team has a chance to get back to the playoffs if they don't deal with the injuries they had last year, but they still got weaknesses, and this defense is still going to be a weakness for them.
Is there any concern at all, Nick, about just the amount of turnover on the roster and guys gelling together? Because we're talking, probably 5 and I get it. Like, the defense, to your point, was awful. Please give me your tired poor unwashed masses. We'll take whoever in free agency in the draft. We just need new people. But we're talking about 5 or 6 new starters maybe on defense, 2 or 3 new starters on the offensive side of the ball. Is there any concern that there will be an issue about gelling and coming together?
Right now, you got to get guys that are actually talented enough to gel. So no, I'm not concerned certainly about that turnover, though it's a good question because we don't need a lot of the guys that were on that roster sticking around with the way things went last year. I mean, when you have a new defensive and offensive coordinator, they're obviously going to want to bring in their guys with their system. They're going to fit certain roles. So for example, on the offensive side of things, the Commanders cut center Tyler Biadasz. He immediately signed with the Chargers on a 3-year deal. They had other options in free agency. They obviously missed out on a big name center that, of course, goes to the Raiders, and you're looking around going, what are you guys going to do at a center here? So it's a question of who's on the roster that's going to basically shift to the center position. That turnover they created themselves, and the backup plan didn't really work, or they think that they've already got that guy on the roster that they're going to slide over from the guard position. On defense, I mean, get rid of all of them. I mean, all of them. I don't, 95% of that defense needed to be gone. Everybody hated Bobby Wagner. Bobby Wagner was one of the best players on that defense. He was terrible in coverage, but one of the best tacklers on that team. Again, guys miss tackles on a regular basis there. So most of that turnover is just like, dude, this ain't working. We got to get some people in here that have, some athleticism. They're younger. They fit within this system now. Right now, it's just kind of establishing still what that foundation looks like for this before we start even talking about like building on what that's going to be. Let's be real. When you had new ownership come in, a new head coach, and it was just about, hey, let's make this organization not a laughingstock. Let's just gut this thing down to the studs. They had to build out the culture before they're even starting to build out what this roster is.
Nick, right now, everybody, it feels like, is drinking the Cowboys Kool-Aid after the draft that they have and getting Caleb Downs, Mekhi Lawrence. Feels like we do this every year, right? But this year, with the offense, the moves they made on defense, you can see why people are intrigued by Dallas. Philly's won the division the last couple of years, and the Giants, there's a lot of excitement with them getting Harbaugh and some of those pieces that they have. Right now, where does Washington fall for you in the NFC East pecking order? And are you also high on Dallas? Right now, would you maybe, if you had to place a bet on a team to win the NFC East, do you think Dallas is the team that you would bet to win the division?
Now, see, Peach, I know what you're doing, and this is cruel and it's wrong of you because you're baiting me in this because you know that it pains me to say nice things about the Dallas Cowboys, but it's really hard to not say nice things about their draft, at least in the first round, because the fact, I thought about, you and I talked about this on Game Day Garage and other things too, where it was it felt like a Dallas Cowboys move to trade up for Jeremiah Love, right? It was Jared Jones coming in and, I got to tell, that is a runner right there. He is a great football player, and that is who we need. Well, it didn't happen. They made the smart move and actually addressed their defense, which was an abject disaster, just like the Commanders last year. Look, the NFC East is very vulnerable right now. The Eagles are still the best team, and the Eagles have an elite defense. The problem is it's not the defense with the Eagles, it's the offense. And it's very clear they're already setting up the narrative for their scapegoat in Jalen Hurts. And there's a whole bunch of different moving parts with that. Jalen Hurts and whether he can actually throw the ball in the middle of the field, and A.J. Brown and when he gets traded and what that's going to look like. But because of that, you do have to look at the NFC East and at least say, okay, well, who's next in that order? The obvious one would still be Dallas because they have a potent offense. And even if George Pickens is complaining about his targets come week 3, I mean, listen, he's a talented receiver. He was a Pro Bowler. Not that that means anything anymore as a title. But, they've got an offense that can keep up with a lot of people. But the Cowboys are going to cowboy at some point. But they added talent on defense where the hype around them, I think, and at least the confidence in them should feel better. The Giants, the floor is higher. I don't think the ceiling's high enough just yet. John Harbaugh is going to come in and make a statement. Dexter Lawrence got traded right away because Harbaugh is going to be like, no, he did the old, he just got to jail and goes and punches the biggest guy in the face in the yard and says, I'm in charge now. I'm captain now. And clearly he just made himself captain in New York because their general manager doesn't even have power anymore. So that leaves the Commanders. I think between the Commanders and Cowboys, it's really just a look at, okay, who stays healthiest? Because when you have Jaden Daniels, you're raising the ceiling. That offense is going to be a lot better. I think they're closer to 2024. I look at the Cowboys and Commanders, both a high-end, maybe 9 wins for the Commanders with an easier schedule if they stay healthy. I think the Cowboys could be a 10-win team, but it's still Philadelphia above them. So it probably goes Philadelphia for me, Cowboys and Commanders kind of fighting for that, and still the Giants behind them. But I think the floor for every team in the NFC East has absolutely been elevated now.
So we played earlier, Nick, F, Marry, Kill, NFL Draft Edition. And PJ and
Of course
I
you did.
both both decided that we would marry a New York draft. He went with the Jets. I went with the Giants. So
Yeah.
which draft, if we were playing FMK, which draft out of the entire league would you marry?
I just want to know which one you effed. That's my first question. But you know,
PJ the
we'll
Cowboys, I the Browns.
I love you guys. This is so great. Look, I got to be honest, and it's. I actually probably would go Jets first. I mean, Cade Klubnik. No, I'm just kidding. Not Cade Klubnik. But no, listen, the first round when you draft tight end, you get a tight end that's, isn't as athletic as any wide receiver we have in this draft. You know, you address your defense and an edge rusher, David Bailey, who could just be an absolute monster. Guy running a 4.5, 140. Whew, I know that's not the only metric, but it helps. And you're looking at, wide receiver, tight end, defensive end in the first round. It's weird to say it, and you mentioned the Browns too. I know that isn't part of the question, but I don't care. I'm the guest, so I get to say what I want here. It's the Browns and Jets both. You're watching them going, wait, these teams aren't supposed to make smart decisions. What's going on? But here's the one thing I will say, because, again, I would marry the Jets. This is such a weird conversation. It's why I love you guys. The fact that we are saying things about the Jets in a positive way when you look at the draft, if you actually go back and look at their recent history, take quarterback out of the equation because we know they ruin quarterbacks' careers across the board, but they have actually drafted well at other positions, and they've been able to identify some talent in those early rounds that's actually really contributed to them. The thing is they just traded everybody away because they don't want to pay him, and, they're rebuilding. But the Jets have been decent at actually drafting other positions. It's just quarterback they still can't figure out.
Nick, I want to pivot to the NBA. We were talking about this earlier, and I want to throw the idea out to you because the Houston Rockets are on the verge of getting swept tonight against the Lakers. Kevin Durant has only played in one game of this series, probably not going to play tonight. Shocker, he goes somewhere and leaves it worse than when he came, right? How do you feel about the idea, as somebody in the DC area, we're both Wizards fans,
Don't you do this to me.
Would you center a trade? Would you center a trade around Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant? Because we both know AD doesn't want to be here, and I think Houston would welcome him. And also, Kevin Durant, I think it would be great. He finally comes home. We're putting together some nice pieces, especially if we get one of the top guys in the draft. Your thoughts? Maybe a trade centered around Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant. Are you intrigued?
So if we go back to the hashtag KD to DC days way back in the day, I always had the philosophy, the goal, the dream that he would finish his career in DC. The idea that, okay, now I don't care that I got to give tickets to family, because that was his big thing, right? He's like, I just don't want to be bothered about tickets. No, you don't want to play for a team that nobody wanted to play for. We all know how that is. They care about basketball now. Look, I love what the Wizards have done in terms of building with this young talent. They've got connections to the Oklahoma City front office, the best front office in the NBA by far. And they're using that same idea of building a team through the draft and being able to identify young talent, help that talent grow. Because, again, you can draft, but they've also then got to develop into pros. I like that idea, but here's the caveat. I'm not giving up major players that are young guys for Kevin Durant who might be there a year or two before he retires. I mean, how much longer before Kevin Durant actually stays? Now, Anthony Davis, we know is going to miss a ton of time. That's how his career goes. We know he doesn't want to be there. He wants to win titles now, but does Kevin Durant also want to be there? Is he going to be sullen and complain and, not happy? And, what does that look like? I wouldn't have a problem if it was literally just Anthony Davis for Kevin Durant. Count me in, Peach. I'm all in for that. If it was Anthony Davis and a couple of young guys from the Wizards, and there's a lot of them, for Kevin Durant, I'm not doing that. They really have a level of chemistry with these younger players that I wouldn't want to disrupt unless it was for somebody that was going to be around more long term. You want to throw Giannis into the mix and he's going to sign an extension? Maybe now we're talking, but now we're getting into dreams that are getting a little bit higher. I know Anthony Davis doesn't want to be in D.C. Kevin Durant is from the area, so there's a tie in there that makes sense. And quite frankly, I would rather have a wing that can score like Kevin Durant. And look, he's still got a lot left in the tank, but any guy that's older, everybody's like, Anthony Davis gets hurt. Yeah, so does Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's had a lot of injury issues too. He's older. Things hurt. Trust me. I know I'm not 25 anymore. I got back pain too. And it's this is ridiculous. So you're going to have that no matter what, but you do have to, if you're the Wizards, get to a point where all right, what's the next step for us and understanding what that roster is going to look like.
Before we let you run, Nick, I did want to mention this. Pittsburgh set the all-time draft attendance record this weekend, 805,000 over 3 days. It's on to D.C. next year.
We're coming.
Will
We're
things
coming for
go
you
as
guys.
well in Washington as they did in my hometown of Pittsburgh?
Well, I'm sure there won't be any protests or anything political whatsoever on the National Mall next year during the NFL draft in D.C. I'm sure it'll be fine. Look, I'll tell you this. If you go back and look at the Stanley Cup parade and, the Nats World Series parade, that National Mall was packed. I think there is an opportunity to come close to that, because what's going to start to happen is there will be that level of pride from people where it's like, we got to go out so we can add to that number. I don't know if D.C. is going to cover that, because you do have a very transient city. It's going to be people traveling from outside coming to it. You guys in Pittsburgh, man, you put up a monster number. That is a tough record to beat. I think DC might come close, because here's the one thing that I will say, though. DC is very much an events-driven town. People like to be seen. It's not L.A. and Hollywood, but it's Hollywood for ugly people. They're all just politicians. So it's like there are people that want to be in that boat and say, like, look at me, I was here, and I'm here on the National Mall, and it's the NFL draft. Do you know any players? No, but I'm putting it on Instagram. That's how it's working. So, yeah, I think people will do it to be seen and be able to say that they were there. So it might come close, but that's a big number you guys put up in Pittsburgh, man.
Yeah, the weather worked out and everybody behaved themselves, and we basically shut the city down for 3 days. So, yeah. Nick, great stuff as always, man. Love catching up with you.
Love you, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Thanks,
Yep,
Nick.
check out Game Day Garage, obviously. And, Nick, you can hear here on Westwood One Sports as well, Nick Ashew. You know what I loved about the Commanders draft, PJ? And we can get into this a little bit more when we talk about possible sixth-round gems. I loved the Katron Allen pick, not just as a Penn State guy. And I know it might be tough for him to stick in that backfield because they went out and got Rachaad White. They already have Bill and all that. But I think he's got an opportunity to impress some people.
I agree with you. That stood out to me. Almost kind of gives me like Alfred Morris vibes a little bit, right? Like when they got Morris in the late rounds and he came on, like when I saw that they made the Allen signing, I'm like, maybe that could be their Alfred Morris for them. I'm with you. I always was a fan of his at Penn State. The Antonio Williams pick was an interesting one. They needed a playmaker. Again, Williams was another one of these guys coming into college this past season who a lot of people thought could be a potential first-round pick to get him in the third round. Guy's got some talent. He was banged up this past year at Clemson. Chris, it's all going to come down to Jaden Daniels. I mean, it's really that simple. If they can keep him healthy, protect him, and if he can be that guy that he was his rookie season, they're going to win games and they're going to be a playoff team. If he gets hurt and he doesn't play well, then they're going to be similar to how they were. So it's great to add all these other pieces. Sonny Styles is going to help the defense for sure. It all comes down to number 5.
Coming up next, is one quarterback ever going to actually start a game for the coach of the team that drafted him? Plus, we'll go digging for some sixth-round gems, because everybody always wonders when their team is going to uncover the next Tom Brady or Antonio Brown. We'll throw a couple suggestions out there. That's all next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. lines and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Nobody loves sitting down and watching every single pick of day 3 of the NFL draft. I'm sorry. Unless you're an absolute football geek, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody loves doing that. Even their team's picks, they catch up on after the fact. But we will dig deep so that you don't have to maybe find a 6th round gem. I mentioned one a couple minutes ago when we were talking Commanders. PJ, I'm sure, has at least one or two that we can throw out there as well here on BetMGM Game Day. Chris Mack alongside PJ Glasser on Westwood One Sports. Maybe you've got a suggestion, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910 to join the show here on the Westwood One Sports app or live across North America on Sirius XM channel 375. Is this quarterback ever going to start a game for the head coach that drafted him? I'll tell you who we're talking about in a second, but this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. A couple quick notes from the NBA since we are underway on yet another day of the NBA playoffs. Let me get you an updated Cavs-Raptors score, too, while I do this. But Victor Wembanyama will be back this afternoon. That game about to tip in Portland between the Spurs and the Blazers. You got Sixers-Celtics later and Lakers-Rockets. A Lakers-Rockets update as well. Wemby in for the Spurs in the Blazers game this afternoon, and Kevin Durant expected to miss game 4 against the Lakers. Womp womp, sources telling ESPN. A bone bruise in his sprained ankle, which would sideline him 2 to 3 weeks in season. He's had around-the-clock treatment to play, but has not been cleared by doctors, PJ.
Yes. The guy who played in game 2, but, would be out 2 to 3 weeks in season. Funny, when your team's down 0-2 and 0-3, ankle doesn't feel as good, Chris, as maybe it would if your team's up 3-0 or 2-1. What a mess. What a mess in Houston. So many expectations.
Sitting in the locker room right now doing the Peter Griffin, holding his ankle going, ooh, ooh, just for the next 2.5 hours while they play that game out. Actually, it tips later tonight, 9:30 Eastern, 8:30 Central in Houston between the Lakers and the Rockets. We'll give you our 6th round gems in just a moment, but let me ask you this. PJ, is Ty Simpson ever going to start a game for Sean McVay?
I think he is. Obviously don't know when. It could be this year due to an injury to Stafford. It could be in 3 years because he's sitting, but I do think so. McVay, it all started when they won the Super Bowl a few years back where we started to get rumblings of, is he going to retire? Aaron Donald was retiring, and even though they had Stafford, they went all in with Jalen Ramsey, and it looked like the Rams just were going to be bad for the next few years. But then they start hitting on all these draft picks, and they don't even have first rounders. They start hitting on the Pukas of the world and all these guys and all these young defensive studs, and now they've turned to one of the best rosters in the NFL. So McVay, the guy just loves football way too much. He's so good at his job. He's arguably the best coach in the NFL right now. And I really do think once he gets to meet Ty Simpson, once he gets to know Simpson, once he gets to see his approach and he gets to see him work and he gets to see him interact with the guys in the locker room, I really think he's going to love him as a player. All this stuff that we saw over the weekend with the interviews with Les Snead and the short answers, Chris, I really just think that was out of respect for Matthew Stafford. He knew Stafford was watching, and he didn't want anything that he said to look bad on his quarterback, right? He wanted to make sure that Stafford knew it's still his team. He's still his quarterback. That's still his guy. And I really think that's all there is to it. So I do think McVay is going to be around in the long run as Rams head coach. I think Simpson's going to be on that team for the long run, and I think he's going to end up starting a game under Sean McVay. So my answer is yes. I do think he'll start a game under McVay.
That's the much more measured and logical approach here, PJ. I think Sean McVay hates the pick. That's just my 2 cents. I do. After reading his body language, you're right. I mean, he doesn't want to disrespect his Hall of Fame starting quarterback. That totally makes sense. I just think, at least, I try to put myself in Sean McVay's shoes, and I go, man, this is the team that for years our GM Les Snead has been F them picks. We're all about now, baby. We already may have the most talented roster in the NFL. I get it. We don't have a lot of major holes to fill, but man, I would have liked some things for now, especially in the first round. And instead, we got a quarterback that I get to work with who might take over in a couple of years. I wouldn't be surprised if Ty Simpson becomes Stetson Bennett the fourth 2.0. And, those guys are going to share the quarterback room this year alongside Jimmy G and Matt Stafford. And I think McVay's probably a lot more comfortable if he has to go to somebody in a pinch with Garoppolo, knowing that he's a veteran backup. But who knows? I mean, it may get Stetson Bennett cut, the arrival of Ty Simpson. Maybe it leads to Jimmy G hitting the bricks. We'll see. But I don't think, I'll put it this way. I know we talked about it earlier. I don't think Ty Simpson certainly will be the first of this year's quarterback draft class to actually start a game. We mentioned it earlier. Carson Beck's got a decent shot, I think, in Arizona. If that mess with Jacoby Brissett doesn't get cleaned up, I think there are other guys that have better shots at starting games coming out of this year's draft class. Mendoza, obviously. But I don't think it will be Ty Simpson. Every year, PJ, people like to think that hopefully their team has uncovered one of these sixth-round gems, Everybody would like to think that their team has uncovered the Tom Brady of the 2000 draft or the Antonio Brown of the 2010 draft. Jason Kelce was a sixth-rounder in 2011. You go all the way back to TD. Terrell Davis was drafted in the sixth round by the Broncos in 1995. So, if you had to dig for a sixth-round gem in this year's draft. I mentioned Katron Allen a couple minutes ago. We were talking about the Commanders draft. I really like him. I'm not going to use him for this exercise since I already mentioned him. I have somebody else in mind. Who would be your possible sixth-round gem if you had to pick one from this year's draft?
Harold Perkins from LSU going to the Falcons, man. Harold Perkins would be my guy. Chris, if you go back and watch film of Harold Perkins as a freshman at LSU, There was thoughts that he could be like a top 3 pick, top 5 pick. He was that dominant. And then his sophomore year, LSU had one of the worst defenses I've ever seen in my life. It was the year where Jaden Daniels won the Heisman Trophy, and they could not stop anybody. This past year, again, defense was better. He didn't pop out. I just think that after his freshman year, they really didn't use him in the right ways. But I'm always so intrigued by a player when you see flashes. And especially, I mean, again, like he put together a whole body of work his freshman year. If the Falcons are able to find any part of that player, if they're able to unlock anything in Harold Perkins, which he was, I mean, they've got themselves a gem, man. They've got themselves a steal. So I was shocked to see him drop that far, and I think that's great value for Atlanta. So that would be my play. Going through the names and looking at some of the deep picks, when I saw Perkins as a sixth rounder, I was like, oh, my God, I thought freshman year that guy was going to be a top 3 pick. Now he's drafted in the 6th round. So hopefully for the Falcons, they can find something in him because there is talent there, and there is a superstar caliber player in there. They just got to find it again.
I am not going to suggest the punter that the Ravens took. The Ravens love drafting punters. Ryan Eckley out of Michigan State. I'm not going to suggest the kicker, who has an all-time football name out of Florida, who the Packers took with the last pick of the 6th round, Trey Smack. What a great name. I'm going to go with an offensive lineman because I think it's easier probably to find a real gem on the offensive line late in the draft. He was the offensive MVP of the Rose Bowl, people, and he's a mountain of a man at 6'5", 311. Pat Coogan, the center from Indiana, who got drafted by Tennessee. Look, their offensive line needed a ton of help this offseason. They signed some free agents, but nothing really top of the line in free agency. And I think Pat Coogan is a guy, even as a 6th round pick, who could probably push for a starting job, if not at the beginning of the season, then certainly by the end of the season. We talked earlier about the Carnell Tate pick. Did they overdraft Tate maybe by a few slots? Possibly. They drafted Nick Singleton, another Penn State back that I loved. So they've tried to add pieces, the signing of Wan'Dale Robinson in free agency. They've tried to add pieces around Cam Ward to insulate him. Offensive line was the most important thing they could have done, though. And I could see us, if Cam Ward gets things together, and he played much better in the back half of the season last year than the front half. If he gets it together under Dayball, Pat Coogan being that Jason Kelsey type lineman who grows with the quarterback, and maybe they come up together and they put something together for the next 5-6 years and beyond. So I'm going to go with the Rose Bowl offensive MVP, Pat Coogan, the center out of Indiana.
I love that call. And again, as you know, like you said, I usually the thing that you can bank on the most if you're looking for late value, line of scrimmage, specifically the offensive line. Coogan anchored that offensive line, man, and he got great coaching under Cignetti, and he got great quarterback play behind him in Mendoza, so certainly some experience there. And I think just feels like the type of guy, Chris, that whatever locker room he goes into, he's going to be beloved. I remember when he won Rose Bowl MVP, how excited his teammates were for him. So I think that's a really good call.
So some 6th-round gems to at least keep an eye on, maybe for your favorite teams or other teams. And you could say, nope, I knew that name. I heard the guys on BetMGM Game Day throw that name out a couple years ago on Westwood One Sports. Coming up, we'll throw some bets at you for the rest of the day, and we'll also give you our 3 favorite moments from our guests today as well with our 3 stars of the day. All coming up as we get ready to wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Coming down to the wire in Toronto between the Cavs and the Raptors. That one has been tight all day as the Cavs look to go up 3-1 in the series. Raps up 88-87 with about 30 seconds left in that one. If it ends before we're off the air here in the next 15 minutes or so, we will definitely let you know. Spurs and Blazers about to get underway in Portland as well. And this segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. PJ, you got any bets for the folks out there today?
Oh, you know I do, Chris. You know I do.
Stupid question.
In the NBA, I actually do like the Spurs today. -5.5. That game getting ready to tip off. Wemby's back, as we touched on. It felt like Game 3 was the game for the Blazers. With him out, tied at 1, back at home. But I think with Wembanyama back today, I think the Spurs take care of business. So I like them to win, and I like them to cover. No play. Celtics Sixers going to stay away from that one. Rockets are down to 2.5 now against the Lakers. I'm not betting that one either. It would be Lakers or pass for me, just because there's so much unknown of what you're going to get from Houston in that game, but certainly wouldn't shock me if the Rockets won. Avs and Kings, no play there. Lightning and Canadians. I like the Lightning in this game tonight, Chris. That series just feels like it's headed for 7 or 6 really good games. And the first 3 games of that series all have gone to overtime. I think we get another close one tonight, but I think the Lightning prevail. And then Ducks Oilers. How about this game? The total is 7. Because all these teams have been doing in this series is scoring, defense, goaltending have all been optional. Part of me wants to take a contrarian under. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Not with those two teams, man. They're just too good. The Oilers know the importance of tonight's game. They can't go down 3-1, and I don't think they will. I think this is when you're going to see the experience of McDavid, Draisaitl, all these guys take over. So I like the Oilers and the Lightning tonight on the ice, and then I'll take the Spurs here in a couple minutes, -5.5 against the Blazers.
So I'll work backwards. I think exactly what you said, both the Lightning and the Oilers, too much playoff experience on both rosters. There's no way they go down 3-1. Let's parlay. Let's do it. Both teams parlayed on the money line, Lightning and Oilers +225. So I think both teams bounce back to even up those series. I'm actually going to ride with the Lakers tonight, catching the 2.5. I think they close things out. I think the wind is out of the sails in Houston with all the KD drama. And then, like you, I'm going to go Spurs here before it gets going, -5.5. And we'll go with a Wemby block prop, too. How about over 3.5 at BetMGM? The games get bigger. The crowds get louder. The excitement reaches a new level. Be a part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds inside your BetMGM app. Activate that odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. All right, time to give you our 3 favorite moments of the show to wrap things up. Time for our 3 stars of the day.
3.
I didn't want them to take a quarterback at all in this draft, just with the idea of Rodgers probably coming back. It still feels like that's very likely. If it's not 100%, it's probably close. I would have avoided all of. I mean, they weren't going to get Fernando Mendoza. After that, I would have avoided all of them. It wasn't even anything against Drew Aller. I do have holdups with him. How he does handle himself in big games like that. That's a thing. It's not like it just happened once or twice, and I know that people want to blame everybody but him, but it is a real thing. Has all the size, has all the tools, no denial there. I would give the pick like a C or a C+. It was a 3rd-round pick, so it's not like they wasted 1st or 2nd-round capital on that. But it's one that I would have probably just used on another position. Maybe somebody that's a higher graded defensive back since they waited on that and got one later on.
Donnie Chedrick, a.k.a. Donnie Football from 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, on the Steelers taking Drew Aller in the 3rd round, PJ. A lot of people wonder if that was necessarily worth the pick.
Certainly an interesting one. They would know best, being there, State College not too far away. I think they maybe could have waited until like the 4th round potentially or something like that for Aller. But look, as you know, Chris, they've been trying to find their replacement since Big Ben. They're hoping they can find gold with one of these guys and hoping Aller can be that guy.
Our number 2 star of the day.
Yeah, they need him to start shooting the ball. I mean, it's no secret. Like, if they're going to go on a deeper run, like, I don't think it's something you have to worry about with Philadelphia, just because they don't really have the scoring themselves other than Edgecombe, George, and Maxey, and I think Tatum and Brown can match those guys. But other than that, like, if you're looking past this and potentially making a longer playoff run, you're going to need Derek White to start shooting the ball. And I don't think you can pass this off as just a slump because it's been consistent all year. I think earlier in the year, you kind of look at it, it's like, okay, he's taking a lot more pull-up threes. The spacing's a little bit off. Obviously, he's having a different role with Jason Tatum not on the floor. But even when Tatum comes back, his catch-and-shoot numbers go up. He's getting better looks, and he's still not knocking them down. So, yeah, like, they can continue to back him and say, like, okay, he's going to eventually turn this around. But sometimes actions have to speak louder than words, and he actually has to start making these shots because, as you know, the lifespan's not very long.
Justin Turpin of WEEI in Boston on Derek White being cold through the first 3 games of this series. I don't know if they need him to get past the Sixers, PJ, but they are, like Justin said, going to need him to pick it up if they're going to advance past New York.
Yeah, definitely. Tatum and Brown have been so good. Derek White's the key, though. In the year that they won the title, he was terrific. The defense, the three-point shooting that he gives you. It's going to be tough. Philly's been played him really well. 2 of the last 2 games of this series. You would think they're going to show a good effort today. They're going to need Derek White to come big against the Sixers tonight.
That one tips at 7 o'clock tonight. And our number 1 star.
1.
Per usual for Tampa in the conversation for the best drafts. Jason Light and his front office are incredible. And if Tampa were a better market or bigger market, I would say, that would get more national exposure. He's been light years beyond Brandon Beane and light years beyond Veach in Kansas City for a long time now, especially when it comes to the draft, and doesn't get talked about as much as those guys because those guys have more pedigree and have been around bigger fan bases, bigger franchises, franchises with best quarterbacks in the league. And so they get a lot of credit. But if you look at what he's been able to do around the margins for a team, year after year, it's just pretty exceptional stuff. This draft was no exception to that. I mean, Ruben Bain, obviously, that one's a little bit lucky. Everybody knew the Bucs were going to go edge rusher if they could in the first round. If there was a player of that caliber when they were on the clock, there was a lot. They really wanted to trade back, and I think they were going to trade back and try to get Akeem Messidor. They wanted to stay in front of the Chargers, which was smart. That's where he ended up going. But their idea was trade back with Pittsburgh or Dallas and try and see if we can move into that range of the draft. And that all went up in smoke because Bain fell to them, and Bain was like the number 1 player if they could get him.
John Ledyard of Audibles and Analytics, PJ, talking about Ruben Bain Jr. sliding to the Bucs and just the quality draft that they had.
I mean, they had such a good draft, man, and it all started with getting Bain at 15. They got to be thrilled when they saw that he was still available, going to help them tremendously with that defense. So I agree with John. Great draft for the Bucs, and Bain was one of my favorite picks.
Don't forget, the games are bigger, the crowd's louder, the excitement has reached a new level in the NBA playoffs, so activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll get a bigger payout if your bet wins. Thanks to Grant, thanks to Max, thanks to Zach. PJ, thank you. We'll do it again next weekend. I'm Chris Mack. This has been BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.